Chapter 1237. When they went to the supermarket, it was also very crowded. Before entering, a few people were already watching outside. Lin Che pushed a trolley in and bought some snacks, preparing to go back to eat. Shopping in the supermarket was a very easy thing to do, but it was a little uncomfortable to have so many people following her. Luckily, she had bodyguards following her in the past, so she was used to it. It was just that there were more people than usual today, which made her feel disgusted. But she had no choice but to continue getting used to it. As she pushed the trolley around, she suddenly bumped into a child when she turned a corner. Ouch! The child cried out. Lin Che lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." She hurriedly pulled the child up. At the same time, a woman ran over. "Dong dong, dong dong, are you okay?" Lin Che hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I accidentally bumped into you." Wang Li looked up and saw Lin Che. She smiled and said, "Forget it, you didn't do it on purpose." Just then, the people behind Lin Che immediately rushed out. Someone blocked Lin Che's way and looked at Wang Li coldly. Wang Li was stunned. She retreated in fright, her face full of terror. Lin Che stopped her with one hand. "It's okay, I just accidentally bumped into you." Lin Che had thought it was strange. Why did he bring so many people? Then, he heard from Qin how that Gu Jingze was once attacked by a very ordinary-looking person who turned out to be a secret agent from another country. He pretended to fall and took the opportunity to attack Gu Jingze. There was also a time when a pregnant woman suddenly attacked him. After that, Gu Jingze's people became very vigilant towards any ordinary-looking passers-by. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Wang Li. Wang Li hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I didn't take care of the child. I'll leave immediately." These people were obviously not to be trifled with. Wang Li didn't dare to stay and left with the child. Lin Che smiled. "I'm sorry that they scared you. I should be the one apologizing. You guys go first, they'll be fine." Yes, thank you." Wang Li hurriedly left. Lin Che turned around and continued shopping. Wang Li looked back. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the crowd had left. At the side, Dong Dong looked up and said, "Mommy, what are these people doing?" Wang Li shook her head. "I don't know either. I think they're missy." "Aw. What does eldest miss do?" Wang Li said, "Don't worry about it. It's not something we can afford to offend." Looking at those people, Wang Li could tell that they were not ordinary people. Wang Li sighed. They were good-looking, rich, and had so many bodyguards behind them. Such lucky people were different from ordinary people like them. But why would such a person come to the supermarket? Lin Che bought a few things and lost interest, so he left the supermarket with his men. Over there. When Wang Li got home, she saw Gu Jingze still lying on the bed. He seemed to have a fever. His whole body was trembling in his sleep. Alas, with such a fever, perhaps the wound is inflamed, but he said that he did not dare to go to the hospital. Wang Li was almost scared to death. Just as she took a few steps closer, she heard Gu Jingze calling out, "Lin Che." Lin Che, was that a person's name? Wang Li felt that his voice was especially affectionate. Is this his wife? He was completely unconscious, but he still called out his wife's name. He was really good. Wang Li couldn't help it. She had never seen such a good-looking person before. For a moment, she wanted to touch him to see if this person was real. Her hand covered him. When she touched him, he did not have any reaction. After all, he was running a fever and he was very weak. He did not have any sense of alertness at all. She reached out to touch him. Although Wang Li was shy, she really felt that it felt good. Gosh, it was a pity that she had never seen such a good-looking person. But thinking about it, such a good-looking person would never marry her. She was just an ordinary teacher with an ordinary family. Raising a child was her biggest dream. Ever since she got married, she had no other dreams. All her hopes were placed on her child. Hence, she only thought about her own family and did not have any delusions. Her life was probably different from theirs. She always felt that this man's life was the same as that of the rich young lady she met in the supermarket. Just as she was thinking, she felt the man moving. His body was suddenly covered in rashes and his breathing was rapid. Wang Li was shocked. Was he poisoned? Naturally, she did not know about Gu Jing's strange illness. When she touched him just now, her palms might have been sweaty. In short, Gu Jing's illness was acting up. Wang Li felt that he was having an allergic reaction, but she did not know what to do. She kept looking at him, waiting for the rashes to subside. But if Gu Jing's illness was so simple, she would not have spent so much time researching it. In an instant, Gu Jing's started convulsing. He lay there unconscious. Only his eyes were moving as if he was going to die at any moment. Wang Li finally did not dare to delay any longer. She quickly sent him to the hospital. Lin Che returned to his place. As he leaned against the wall, he thought about the mother and son that he had just met. Qin Hao said, "Madam, you should rest." Lin Che said, "Sometimes, I feel that it is quite good to be an ordinary couple." What? Qin Hao looked at her. Lin Che said, "Today, I saw a woman with a child in the supermarket. I thought about how I rarely bring Nian Nian to the supermarket because there are too many people and Nian Nian does not like to shop. Yes, young master is gifted. He is different from other children. But the happiness of ordinary people might be even more blissful." Qin Hao said, "We were all ordinary people in the past. It's not like we haven't lived that kind of life. Don't you know that they are not happy?" Lin Che was stunned. She recalled. Yes, she had forgotten how she was bullied at the Lin family and how she ran away penniless. Now that she did not have to worry about food and clothing, she had other worries. But she had forgotten that even if she did not have such worries in the past, she would still have other worries. She said, "Yes, everyone has worries. If I had to choose a worry, I would rather choose the one I have now." After all, there was Gu Jingze now. For Gu Jingze, these worries were nothing. She raised her head and smiled at Qin Hao. "Thank you, Assistant Qin." Qin Hao laughed. "You must be joking." Then, the person who came in suddenly said, "Madam, we just found out that a hospital has accepted an unidentified patient." Patient? Yes, the hospital is unable to diagnose this patient's illness and is seeking help from the international medical team. Lin Che stood up immediately. Gu Jing's illness, Qin Hao nodded. "Madam, it is very possible." Chapter 1238. In the hospital. Everyone was panicking. They didn't know what to do. Wang Li was listening outside. She kept being asked where they found him and if he had any identification. Wang Li regretted bringing him home. If he were to die here, how was she going to explain it to them? She kept saying that she didn't know anything. The hospital was also researching. This person's allergen was very strange and they didn't know how to alleviate it. They had tried several medicines but it didn't work. The person's organs were about to fail. If this went on, he would die. Then, a voice came from outside. A group of people suddenly barged in. The doctor quickly called for security. "Security, there's a problem in the emergency room." The doctor also came to stop them. "Who are you? What are you doing?" The person in front showed them a sign. Step back. We are from the Inn family. You can't afford to offend us. The sign was a special pass. They could enter and leave any place in Country M. This was a mission given by the government for special people. They had their own special channels to be able to enter. The doctor looked at it. Although he didn't know what the Inn family wanted, he recognized the pass. He quickly moved away. He saw that these people were looking inside seriously, as if they were looking for someone. Could it be that they are looking for the patient without any identification? That person is about to die. Who is he? While the nurses were whispering to each other, a few people kicked open the door of the resuscitation room. Wang Li was still outside. She looked at these people and remembered that Gu Jingze had said that he was being chased. Could it be that these people were after him? She screamed in her heart. Were they after that man? What should she do now? Would they go in and kill him? She really wanted to stop them. But looking at these people, she knew that she couldn't stop them. She really didn't know why she was involved in these people's business. Just as she was rubbing her hands at the door, not knowing what to do, outside, suddenly, people surrounded the emergency room. The person inside shouted, "Oh no, someone is chasing us. Is it the Gu family? Who else could it be? What should we do?" Miss said to kill him. We can't let him go back alive. Kill the master of the Gu family. They were excited just thinking about it. Quick, the Gu clan's people are very fast. Those people were battle-hardened, and they were no match for them. The people in front were about to attack Gu Jingze, who was on the verge of death, but at this moment, outside the window, someone broke the window and jumped in. He kicked the man's wrist, and the gun fell to the ground. The few of them looked up abruptly. It's Lin Che's bodyguard. They knew Dongzi. Wang Dong was now famous in the circle. Although they were very low-key, other families would still investigate who was following Lin Che and Gu Jingze. After all, these people had been following important people for a long time, so their identities became more and more special. These people who had been following them for a long time were all trusted subordinates. As for how capable they were, they would have to investigate them thoroughly. Wang Dong was also very famous in the circle. Therefore, as soon as Dongzi came in, they immediately recognized him. They also knew that he was one of the most skilled bodyguards in the team, and they were afraid that they would not be his match. Dongzi directly kicked him away. Then, people came in from the outside. The bodyguards rushed in and quickly surrounded the place. Oh no, retreat. Knowing that they were no match for them, they quickly retreated and ran out, no longer caring about Gu Jingze on the bed. The bodyguards wanted to chase after them, but Lin Che had already come in from behind. Let them go. Don't chase after them. Yes, madam. Lin Che said, anyway, we already know which family it is. It's useless to chase after them. Isn't it just the Yin clan? If they want to escape, they can escape. The monk can run, but the temple can't. As Lin Che said this, he suddenly saw Gu Jingze, who was unconscious on the bed. His body was red and weak. It was really as if he was not breathing. Lin Che's heart ached, and he hurriedly walked over. Gu Jingze. She looked down at Gu Jingze and immediately recognized him. As expected, his old illness was acting up. She took out Gu Jingze's medicine and gave it to him. Soon, the sick rash on his forehead disappeared. Lin Che held Gu Jingze in his arms. Seeing that his breathing seemed to be gradually smoothing, he let him lie on his lap and slowly smoothed out the wrinkles on his forehead. I'm here, Gu Jingze. I've found you. Gu Jingze, I've made it. She murmured. For a moment, she felt relieved and emotional. She had finally found him. It was as if a huge stone in her heart had finally been lifted. This time, it was really an unforgettable experience. Thinking back, she did not know how she had made it through for such a long time. Then, she remembered that she had to carefully examine Gu Jing's wound. She looked down and saw that there was a wound on his abdomen. It looked like it had become inflamed. She hurriedly said, "Quick, get someone here. Get someone here to treat him." The doctor hurried over. Looking at these people, he was still wondering who it was. Li Mingyu had already come over and said, "All right, I've called the best doctor here." Lin Che raised her head and said, "Thank you." "Forget it. It's good that he's fine. If you want to thank me, you can talk about it later." It was rare for Li Mingyu to be so generous. Lin Che hurriedly called the doctor over. The original doctor in the hospital saw that the rash on Gu Jing's body had gone down and was still surprised. They had tried everything they could but to no avail. How did the rash go down after this woman fed him something? Wasn't she too sensitive? The doctor quickly treated Gu Jing's inflamed wound. However, this kind of inflammation could not disappear so quickly, so he needed better treatment. Lin Che ordered, "Get someone to prepare. We'll transfer Gu Jing's to a safer hospital for treatment." Li Mingyu said, "Then transfer him to my house. Just get the doctor there directly." Lin Che looked at him and said, "All right." When she went out, she saw that Wang Li was still there watching. Beside her, her subordinate reminded her, "Madam, it was this woman who found Sir and sent him to the hospital." It was actually her. Lin Che naturally remembered that they had met at the supermarket that night. She didn't expect the world to be so small. She walked over and looked at Wang Li. Wang Li was so shocked that she shrank back. She couldn't understand what she had just seen. It was too surreal. The originally quiet hospital was now a complete mess. She didn't know who these people were, but when they ran in, it was obvious that the hospital had lost its original appearance. And when Wang Li saw that this person was the person she had met at the supermarket, she felt even more terrified. Lin Che said, "You don't have to be afraid. I just want to ask how you saw my husband." Wang Li thought in surprise. What? Was this the wife that he had always been thinking about? Chapter 1239. Wang Li trembled as she recounted what had happened that day. As Lin Che listened, he slowly came to a realization. Gu Jingze had said that on purpose to prevent anyone from finding him. It seemed that he had been captured and brought to Country M, but somehow escaped. Moreover, he had just escaped not long ago. Lin Che said gratefully, "You saved my husband. Don't worry, I will thank you properly." She turned and said, "Give her a reward and send her away." Wang Li didn't dare to accept it. "No need, it's all my fault. I don't know why he's allergic." Lin Che thought that perhaps this woman had touched Gu Jingze. However, most people didn't know that he had this illness. Ignorance was not a crime, so she wouldn't be too harsh on him. "It's okay. It's not your fault. I still thank you." Lin Che was like a queen at this moment. Wang Li said quickly, "Thank you." Looking at Lin Che, she thought that only a woman like her could be worthy of such a handsome man. She envied such a life, but it was a pity that it was too far away from her. She turned back to look at Lin Che before leaving. She didn't dare to look at the people next to her any longer and quickly left. Lin Che's men and Li Mingyu's men brought Gu Jingze out of the hospital. They went to Li Mingyu's house and settled him down. Lin Che watched Gu Jingze from the room. She stayed by his side and looked at his face. He looked peaceful in his deep sleep. She just wanted to see him wake up, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. Qin Hao walked in. "Madam, it seems like the Yin family did it, but they are denying it now." Lin Che snorted. How can they admit it? They are friends with the Gu family, but they did such a thing. Qin Hao said, but we don't have any other evidence. Lin Che said, don't worry about them. Gu Jingze won't let them off when he wakes up. Yes, Madam is right. Gu Jingze was a vengeful person. How could he let them off so easily? Just then, Gu Jingze suddenly moved. Lin Che felt it immediately and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, you're awake. Gu Jingze opened his eyes and looked at Lin Che. You. Lin Che happily grabbed his hand. It's me. I found you. However, Gu Jingze frowned. You. Who are you? I seem to have seen you in my dreams. What was going on? Not long after, the doctor arrived. Looking at Gu Jingze's confused face, the doctor examined him for a long time. Madam, the patient seems to have amnesia. Lin Che said in surprise, how could this be? The doctor said, I don't know the specifics, but the patient obviously doesn't remember anything now. Some people will have temporary amnesia after waking up after fainting. You don't have to worry so much. Then, when will this get better? Lin Che asked. The doctor said, it seems that the patient's brain has not suffered any damage, and there are no other injuries. I guess it's still related to the nervous system. Maybe it's a temporary disorder. It shouldn't take long. Hearing this, Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that his head was not damaged. But why did she lose her memory? She looked down at Gu Jingze and said, okay, I'll go find some clothes for you to change into. Just as she was about to leave, someone grabbed her hand. She was stunned. When she turned around, she saw that Gu Jingze was holding her wrist. What's wrong? Lin Che asked. Gu Jingze exerted a little force, and Lin Che was pulled over. She fell into his arms. Lin Che was shocked. Hey, your injury hasn't healed yet. What are you doing? Gu Jingze's lips were right in front of her face. He looked at her with his narrowed eyes. His eyes were filled with her shadow. He looked at her so deeply that she really wondered if he was going to eat her up. He said, I don't know why, but I want to kiss you. His voice was hoarse, and his words made Lin Che's entire body go numb. Lin Che looked at him. You don't know who I am. But I've seen you in my dreams. Lin Che looked at him. Really? He nodded. Lin Che thought. Could it be that, even though he lost his memory, he still remembered her? She said, okay, you're smart enough not to forget your wife. So you're my wife and I'm your husband? Yes. Then, a husband can kiss his wife, right? This Gu Jingze. With that said, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. She didn't have time to react from the light peck. The next time, he pried open her lips and forcefully explored, She wanted to say, don't move. The wound is quite deep. But Gu Jingze's kiss only became more and more hurried and deeper. In an instant, it was as if he had penetrated deep into her soul. Don't move, no. Gu Jingze, whether he had lost his memory or not, his kissing skills were superb. Even though his body smelled like medicine, it was still sexy. His mouth was so powerful that she didn't even have a chance to breathe. He heard her voice and was a little displeased. Since I'm your husband, why don't you call me husband? Lin Che was really fucked up. Did he lose his memory? Didn't he evolve? She said, I've always called you by your name. How can you do that? That's not right, right? Lin Che looked at him. He frowned. Shouldn't a married couple call each other hubby? Lin Che wasn't used to it. They had been calling each other by name since the beginning. Even though it was sometimes very intimate, but he had never been so intimate before. His brows furrowed even more tightly, as if he was displeased. Although Lin Che couldn't bring herself to call him that, she couldn't bear to see his expression like this. "Hubby," when he heard that, he gave her another satisfied peck on the lips and said, "Wife." Ah, he had never called her that before. Lin Che's ears and heart melted when he heard that. He said, "Call me that again." Lin Che said, "Hubby, yes, wife. I like it when you call me that. It sounds nice." Lin Che's face turned red. They were already an old married couple, but they were still so intimate. Was it really okay? He hugged her like that, not letting go no matter what. When Chin Hao came in, he didn't expect to see the two of them hugging each other like conjoined twins. He was also stunned. "Ma." "Madam, sir," Lin Che quickly tried to push him away. "It's okay, he's fine." However, how could she push him away? Feeling that she was struggling, Gu Jingze immediately frowned and said, "Wife, why are you pushing me?" That's right, he looked pretty good. But Chin Hao felt that he wasn't good. Was this their husband? Chapter 1240. Lin Che blushed a little. But when she looked at Gu Jingze, she noticed that his expression wasn't strange. He looked at her calmly as usual, which made her feel ashamed. Unlike his magnanimity, Lin Che was indeed a little embarrassed. She smiled at Chin Hao and said, "He's fine. Don't worry." Chin Hao looked at Gu Jingze a few more times before saying to Lin Che, "Madam, there's nothing else. It's just that Dr. Chin is here." "Chin Yuqing?" "Yes." "Okay, please come in." Chin Yuqing came in and said, I haven't seen Gu Jingze's illness in a long time." Lin Che said, "Come and have a look. He's lost his memory now and I don't know what to do." Chen Yuqing frowned and looked at Gu Jingze, who was still sitting there with an indifferent look on his face. He didn't see anything wrong with him at all. "Is it because the illness has been acting up for a long time this time that you didn't take medicine in time?" Lin Che said. When he was sent to the hospital, Gu Jingze was unconscious and the doctors couldn't do anything. It took us a while to find him. If we had come a little later, I'm afraid, Lin Che didn't dare to imagine. He didn't know if this illness could kill him. But when he looked at him, he could feel that Gu Jingze's life was slipping away rapidly. Luckily, Lin Che made a prompt decision to bring people to see whether it was true or not. When they came up, they saw that there were suspicious people inside and immediately ordered Dongzi to go and check first. Something was wrong. Maybe she couldn't see Gu Jingze anymore. Chen Yuqing checked and said, "It's probably because the illness has been acting up for a long time and it triggered his nervous system." "Then, is the damage serious?" "It seems to be fine. Keep an eye on him. If there's anything wrong with him, such as convulsions or epilepsy, we need to do a CT scan to see if there's any internal bleeding or tumor rupture." "Okay, I got it." Lin Che said goodbye to Chen Yuqing and took care of Gu Jingze for the whole day. She didn't dare to tell the Gu family about Gu Jingze's amnesia. She didn't ask the Yin family why they wanted to kill Gu Jingze. She just hoped that when Gu Jingze recovered, she would deal with it. Then she would know what was going on. Fortunately, apart from not remembering anything, there was nothing wrong with Gu Jingze. The next day, Gu Jingze said he wanted to go out for a walk. Lin Che thought that if he brought him to see the things outside and come into contact with the outside world, he might be able to recover something. So he brought him out. The Yin family no longer dared to make any more movements, but Lin Che still did not dare to relax too much. He had people guard outside the shopping mall and did not allow any suspicious people to enter. The two of them brought some hidden guards and went inside to find something to eat. As he walked, Gu Jing's hands slowly wrapped around hers, his fingers interlocking. Lin Che couldn't help but lower his head to look at her. Walking on the road like this made him feel so warm. Especially after these days without Gu Jingza by her side, being able to touch him like this made her feel very satisfied. She raised her head to look at Gu Jingza and couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Jingza sensed it and turned around. "Honey, what are you laughing at?" "Aw. I'm laughing at how cute you are." She didn't dare to look at him. Hearing him call her his wife, she felt very sad. He said, "Why don't you look at me?" Even this was discovered by him. Lin Che said, "You're too tall. It's tiring for me to look up at you like this." Hearing this, Gu Jingza paused, as if he had understood something. However, in the next moment, she knew that he had thought wrongly and had taken it seriously. He pulled her to him. He raised his hands and held her in front of his eyes. His arms wrapped around her body, pressing her directly against him. Their foreheads were also lowered. Looking at her from such a close distance, their breaths almost staggered. Hey. What are you doing? You're still injured. You can't use force. This guy, what was he doing in public?" He was staring into her eyes at such a close distance, making her even more confused. He said, "This way, you don't have to look up." "Gu Jingza. What did you call me?" he murmured in a low voice, sounding a little threatening. "Hubby." She really didn't know what to do with him. Satisfied, he kissed her lightly on the lips. It was too sweet but not greasy. It really made one feel amorous. The people around them couldn't help but look over. Lin Che jumped down sweetly. Blushing, he said, "I was just saying." The people around them looked at the couple. Who would have thought that they were a couple who had been married for many years? The two of them looked like a man and a woman in love, so passionate and lovey-dovey. As they walked past a shop, Lin Che remembered that Gu Jingza hadn't bought any clothes here. Thus, she directly pulled him in. Although he could just order someone else to buy as many clothes as he wanted, since Lin Che had already come out with him, it was a good feeling to come over and show him some clothes. Lin Che said, "Let's go in and take a look." Gu Jingza said, "Buying clothes?" "Yeah, I'll buy some for you." Gu Jingza looked at her with a smile. "Okay. Why are you so happy?" Lin Che looked at him and said. Gu Jingza smiled. "Yeah, I like it when my wife buys clothes for me." Lin Che blushed. "Why? Don't you remember now? You have a lot of clothes. If you ask someone, they can buy you a whole house. They can even buy all the clothes in M country." Gu Jingza said, "But the clothes my wife buys are different." How is it different?" "My wife buys it for me. It's what she likes. She likes to see me wear it that way. That's why she buys it for me, so I like it." Lin Che was really, he looked at her and said seriously, "I want you to like it. I want to see you happy." Lin Che smiled and said, "I feel very happy to see you. But I want you to think I look good." "Silly." Lin Che said, "You're already good-looking enough. Really, I've never seen a man more good-looking than you." "Really?" He hugged her and looked at her as he asked. "Of course." Lin Che said very seriously. And she was definitely not exaggerating. She just felt that after seeing Gu Jingza, all the men in the world had become unattractive. Compared to Gu Jingza, they were always lacking something. Gu Jingza smiled satisfactorily and looked at Lin Che. "I also think that you're the most beautiful woman." Lin Che was going to be drunk again. Was this Gu Jingza trying to drown her with honey? It was strange. If this kind of words came from someone else's mouth, no matter how one looked at it, it would make one feel that it was meaningless. But once it came from Gu Jingze, it was immediately different. Maybe it was because he was Gu Jingze. The one and only Gu Jingze. Chapter 1241. He rarely praised others. Instead, every word of praise he gave others was shocking and satisfying at the same time. Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze into the shop. The two of them held hands and the shop assistant quickly followed them. Would you like to see some men's clothes? Yeah. Are they for your boyfriend? Seeing how close the two of them were, the shop assistant thought that they were a couple in love. Lin Che didn't want to explain, but Gu Jingze suddenly said, "They're for my husband." Huh? The shop assistant didn't understand what he said. Gu Jingze looked at the clothes and said, "They're for my husband." The shop assistant reacted immediately. She smiled at the sweet couple and said, "Oh, so you're already married. You two look so young and so sweet. I thought you just fell in love. Are you still a newlywed?" Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and said, "No, but we're newlyweds every day." The shop assistant was even more shocked. She had probably never seen a man say such sweet words in such a direct manner. He didn't care at all. He didn't even look at the shop assistant. His eyes were fixed on Lin Che, as if there was no one else who could attract his attention other than Lin Che. He didn't want to look away from his woman at all. Lin Che looked at the clothes and said, "This one looks good." "Gu. Hubby, try this one." Gu Jingze said, "Okay." He went in to try on the clothes. When he came out, he was wearing black casual clothes, which made him look evil. The shop assistant looked at him and was stunned for a moment. He felt that he was really suitable for this shirt. Originally, it was not the main shirt, and the design was also very standard. However, when it was put here, it directly gave people a very cold feeling. It was penetrating and pure, and it made people feel that it was a little unfair for this shirt to be hung inside. It turned out that it was so not ordinary to wear it. Lin Che also thought that it looked good. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. However, when it came to Gu Jingze, it had a different meaning. He looked very different when he wore different clothes. Although they were all very good-looking, they gave off a completely different aura. It made people feel that he could really change into different styles. Lin Che walked over and said, "This looks good. Buy it." Hee hee. All right. He completely listened to his wife's feelings. After listening to Lin Che, he immediately agreed without hesitation. Lin Che grabbed another long piece of clothing. "Try this one as well." Gu Jingze tried again. The other one came out. The shop assistant was stunned once again. Heavens, it was different from the evil one just now. This one looked like a prince. Lin Che still thought it looked good, so he bought it again. The shop assistant looked at them. They seemed to be rich, buying one for each try. Hence, he hurriedly introduced them. "This one, how about this one?" Lin Che said, "No, I like this one." Lin Che didn't listen to the shop assistant's introduction and directly chose his own. Every piece of clothing she picked out had a great effect on her. The staff couldn't help but admire her taste. She didn't choose any of the main samples in the store, but all the non-main ones, and all of them looked good in them. Actually, they didn't know that this had nothing to do with Lin Che's taste. It was mainly because Gu Jingze was born to be a fashion model. He looked good in everything. Lin Che just randomly picked a few that she liked, and the effect was amazing when he wore them. After a while, another shop assistant came over and surrounded them to choose. It wasn't just because they thought that they would buy a lot, but also because Gu Jingze looked like he was watching a fashion show when he wore all kinds of clothes. He was really a model. The two shop assistants looked at Lin Che and him enviously. Because they had chosen a lot of clothes, they had been here for a long time, so their conversation became more relaxed. One of the shop assistants said, seeing you two like this, I want to try dating again. The other joked, then you go ahead. But I can't meet such a good man. We can't count on such a good man. Look at them. The husband's eyes haven't left his wife's face since the beginning. Yeah, it's so sweet. I feel like I'm unnecessary here. I should leave and leave this place to the two of them. Lin Che blushed at their words. When she saw Gu Jingze walking out again, she immediately went up to him. Lin Che said, I bought a lot without realizing it. Gu Jingze said, it's okay. If you like it, you can buy more. The shop assistant was even more envious when she heard that. Sure enough, a man was the most handsome at this moment. When she wanted to buy something, he would say that she should buy it because it was too handsome for him. However, it wasn't right to buy clothes for him. The shop assistant said, my wife is buying clothes for you. Why is she so happy? There are women's clothes over there. They are also from the same store. Gu Jingze said, I'm buying clothes for her too. If she likes it, then I'll buy it. He was buying clothes for her. He didn't care about other people's opinions, did he? He was really good at talking. Lin Che said, stop it. If I buy any more, I won't be able to take it back. I bought too much. Lin Che didn't usually buy so many things. It was just that she couldn't help but want to buy them back when she saw that he looked good in them. However, the point was that he looked good in all of them and they all had different tastes. She liked all of them and didn't want to give up any of them. That was why she bought so many at once. Lin Che said, forget it. Let's go. I'm not buying any more. Gu Jingze said, okay, you must be tired. Let's go then. The two of them went to pay the bill together. The shop assistant saw that Gu Jingze and Lin Che were still sticking to each other. They were almost a pair. She smiled and asked, how long have you two been married? Lin Che said, many years. It's been so many years and your relationship is still so good. I'm so envious. They really look like they are in love. My wife and I have been holding hands for many years. We don't even walk side by side when we walk on the street. Lin Che pursed her lips and smiled. She stole a glance at Gu Jingze. He was indeed looking at her, so every time she looked at him, she could see his eyes. Lin Che couldn't stand it anymore. She felt embarrassed being stared at by him. She covered her face and said, why do you keep looking at me? Gu Jingze said, because you look good. The shop assistant was stunned again. They didn't want to serve such a couple. It was too cruel. Lin Che said, but you can't keep staring at me. It's legal for a husband to stare at his wife, right? Gu Jingze said, I can't control myself. I just want to look at you. Just bear with it. Chapter 1242. Gu Jingze said, I can't control myself. I just want to look at you. Just bear with it for a while. The shop assistant shouted, oh my God, why is your husband so infatuated with you? Lin Che was speechless. He's sick. Yeah, lovesickness, Gu Jingze added. The shop assistant exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Why can't I be so lucky to meet such a sweet husband and he's so handsome? He's the best man in the world. I've been tortured today. Lin Che raised his head and looked at him. He looked at Lin Che too. Let's go buy some clothes for you. Oh, I have a lot of clothes too. You don't need to buy them. I've bought a lot too. It's okay. I like to see you wear them. He held her hand, their fingers intertwined as he looked at her sweetly. The shop assistant introduced them to the shop assistant, saying that they were selling the same brand of women's clothing. Miss, your husband says he wants to buy clothes. He's such a nice man and he even buys clothes for you. Look at my husband, when did he ask me? Sigh, this is the difference. I'm so jealous, the shop assistant said, looking at her. Lin Che smiled and pulled Gu Jingzi out with him. The shop assistant watched them from behind and sighed. They were so attached to each other. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi walked for a long time before going back. Meanwhile, in China, everyone already knew that Gu Jingzi had been found. Gu Jingzi's safe return made many people feel uneasy. However, he was still hiding the fact that he had no memory. Lin Che was worried that something would go wrong here and something might happen on Gu Jingzi's way back, so he secretly informed Black Hawk in advance and asked Black Hawk to deploy and wait for their return. Black Hawk usually liked to stay at the Majestic Clubhouse because he didn't like places like offices. He always felt depressed and bored, so he liked to take care of some business here. On this day, Mu Firen received a call while she was on her way to attend an event. She was asked to prepare for the event at Majestic Clubhouse that night. Mu Firen was still in a daze when she heard about that place. That was Black Hawk's place. What a coincidence that they were going to go there. She would never have guessed that the event was real. It was a banquet for a certain boss and a few celebrities had been invited. However, the Mo family had purposely chosen the Majestic Clubhouse after lobbying. On the way, Mu Firen asked her agent, who will attend the event this time. The agent said, don't worry, Sister Firen. It's just a few juniors. You're the oldest one this time. The others are newcomers from Starlight and a newly famous actress from Anai. It's just a fashion cocktail party. It's not very troublesome. We'll leave after you go there. Oh, there's no need. I'm just asking. There's no need to be too hasty. Since we're already there, it's not good to leave as soon as we arrive. The agent was worried that the big-name celebrities would be unhappy if they went out to participate in these dispensable activities, because most of these activities were to connect with those rich businessmen and support them. Fortunately, Mu Firen had always been very cooperative. She didn't have the imposing manner of a big-name artist, and she was still very easygoing. Hearing Mu Firen's words, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, Sister Firen, you're so nice. Other artists usually don't like this kind of event. Mu Firen smiled. It's okay. You're just doing it for work. That's how it is in this industry. Why should I make things difficult for you? Thank you, Sister Firen. The agent was so moved that she shouted. She was really lucky to have received such a big star like Mu Firen, who had such a good temper. Mu Firen thought that this was the Majestic Clubhouse and that He Ying might be there, so she lowered her head sweetly. Soon, they arrived at the venue. The event was really boring. Because of Mu Firen's arrival, the rich businessmen were very respectful to her. Several reporters came to take pictures of her and did a simple interview. The rest of the celebrities knew that they weren't as influential as Mu Firen, so they didn't steal the limelight. Although they were not convinced, they couldn't do anything about her popularity and experience. Mu Firen was bored sitting there, so she picked up her phone to check the messages. Because she was at the Majestic Clubhouse, she couldn't help but find He Ying's number. When she saw his name, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Perhaps, this was the feeling of being in love. She didn't know why she would feel amorous at such an old age. She wasn't a high school student anymore. However, in front of He Ying, she felt very weak and delicate. Perhaps it was because He Ying was too powerful. Soon, the event ended. The rich businessmen wanted to ask Mu Firen out for a meal. Of course, the agent came to stop them immediately. She said that Firen had something to do and that they would meet another day. Seeing that the agent said this, the rich businessmen gave her face and said that they would meet again next time. A group of people sent Mu Firen out. Mu Firen turned back and smiled humbly. Some of the customers who were passing by saw Mu Firen and couldn't help but turn to look at her. This was the way to be a celebrity. No matter where there were people, she had to maintain a faint smile, especially when she participated in various activities. Just as he walked out slowly, someone suddenly shouted at him, "Mu Firen, why don't you let us see the child?" It was Wen's mother. Mu Firen was stunned. The people around her were also surprised. Wen's mother rushed in and shouted, "Mu Firen, you're so cruel. She's my granddaughter. You took her away and didn't even let us see her. Now that you've been taken care of by someone else, do you still want to bring your child to be taken care of by someone else? Return the child to us." There was too much information. Everyone knew a thing or two about Mu Firen and Mo Ding. Now that they had divorced, they were fighting over the child. Moreover, it was related to Mu Firen being a kept woman. Oh my god. The reporters, who had thought that it was just a boring cocktail party, immediately set up their cameras. This was big news. The reporters who had left earlier would probably regret their actions the next day. Such a big news would definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Mu Firen was rooted to the spot. She only reacted when she felt the flashes of the cameras flashing at her. Wen's mother rushed up to Mu Firen, grabbed her and started tearing her apart. Behind her, the security guards quickly went up to stop her. Wen's mother shouted, "Mu Firen, return the child to us. We won't care what you do." Chapter 1243. Mu Firen watched as the security guards pulled Mother Mo away. "How much longer do you want to pester me?" Mother Mo snorted. There was a hint of smugness in her eyes. How was it? She had looked so flustered just now. Was she afraid? Indeed, only then would she know how powerful she was. Mother Mo narrowed her eyes and said, "I'll pester you until you return the child to the Mo family." She had the guts to say that the child was not the Mo family's flesh and blood. Mother Mo's eyes were filled with provocation. But Mu Firen did not dare to say it. She was not doing it for herself, but for the child. She did not want Yunyan's parentage to be used as a joke. That would be too damaging. She was in the entertainment industry and she knew that if something happened in this industry, it would be magnified and discussed. Even though Yunyan was still young and did not know anything, nor did she know what this meant, when she grew up and found out, she would definitely be hurt. She had to endure it. More and more security guards arrived. Meanwhile, the other people in the majestic clubhouse had told Blackhawk about what had happened. "Boss, I think I saw sister-in-law outside." Blackhawk, who was working, looked up and asked, "Sister-in-law?" "It's your sister-in-law. Miss Mu." Blackhawk stood up immediately. "She's here. Something has happened." There are many reporters surrounding her. Blackhawk snapped the pen in his hand. "She came here to behave atrociously and even bullied my woman." Seeing Blackhawk's expression darken, the few of them felt that something was wrong. Blackhawk was really angry this time. "How did Mo Ding do you wrong? How can you treat him like this? It's fine if you divorce him and let him leave with nothing. But you want to take the child away." Mother Mo shouted from behind. The reporters rushed forward. "Is what you said true? Did Mo Ding leave the family with nothing? Who was the one who suggested the divorce? What was the reason for the divorce?" At that time, there had been a press conference announcing the divorce and the matter had passed. There had been no explanation after that. It was only today that the reporters recalled that there were indeed many mysteries surrounding divorce. Mo Ding's mother saw that the reporters had been attracted and snorted as she said, "Our Mo Ding couldn't stand this woman and that's why he got a divorce. Our Mo Ding was the one who brought it up and even left the family with nothing. I've already said that there aren't many women in the entertainment industry who are clean, but he didn't believe me. In the end, he was taken advantage of." When the reporters heard this, it was obvious that Mo Ding was the one who proposed the divorce because the women in the entertainment industry were not clean. What dirty things did Mu Firan do to make Mo Ding decide to divorce her? This story was too topical. However, at this moment, the person outside gave an order, and someone immediately rushed in. Before the reporter could react, the machine in his hand was smashed to the ground. Why are you hitting people? How can you smash things? We are reporters. We are legal. Here, I am the law. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind. When the reporters heard the cold voice, they immediately turned their heads. They felt that Black Hawk was standing there, so tall that the atmosphere was stifling. The originally spacious hall became extremely narrow because of Black Hawk. The reporter was still shouting, "What right do you have to smash our things?" Black Hawk looked at the reporter coldly. His sharp gaze made the reporter speechless in an instant. Black Hawk sneered, "Because this is my place. I won't allow you to smash things in my place." This was his place. He was the boss of this company. The reporters wanted to say something, but they saw that the people around Black Hawk had already smashed the things that needed to be smashed. Then, they threw a lot of cash on the ground. "I'll compensate you. If you dare to write such things, your media outlets will close down tomorrow." "Don't blame me for not reminding you," Black Hawk said calmly. The reporters were stunned. He was so arrogant. Who was this man? At this moment, someone said from behind, "How dare they ask why in Black Hawk's place? They're really inexperienced. Are they new? They don't even know about Black Hawk." That's right. Black Hawk never does things for a reason. The only thing that matters is whether he wants to or not. Some of the quick-witted reporters had already squatted down to pick up the money. The equipment belonged to the company and was extremely expensive. They could not afford to pay for it. This man looked very powerful. Obviously, they could not afford to offend him. They had better hurry up and take the money and leave. Mo Wen's mother was a little dumbfounded. Everything had been smashed, this man was too domineering. She stood there and shouted, "This is the base of the Imperial City. You still think you're the boss here? You're too much." Black Hawk snorted and looked at her. "Stupid." Mo Wen's mother's face turned livid. Black Hawk walked to Mu Firan's side. When he saw her pale face, he felt even more suffocated. His brows were completely knitted together. He protected Mu Firan and said to Mo Wen's mother, "If you're done, get lost. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving later." Mo Wen's mother glanced around. The people around her should be this man's subordinates. She sat on the ground with a thud and cried loudly, "Oh, woman. We don't even know where your child came from. Who knows whose bastard child he is? We pitied him and wanted to help you raise him. Now you're not grateful and you're treating me like this. Bastard child." A layer of darkness had already surfaced in Black Hawk's eyes. Mo Wen's mother looked at Black Hawk and said, Do you think you're seducing someone good?" Before she married Mo Ding, she was already pregnant with his child. Where did all that money come from? Didn't she depend on the man to raise her? How many hands have he used before? You still have the nerve to ask for it. You even want to help him raise his child. You're such a sucker. Even I feel disgusted for you. Wen's mother thought to herself, I've exposed you in front of so many people. Let's see how you're going to get out of this situation. You're still the boss. Let's see how you can have the nerve to ask for this woman in front of all your employees. And this woman, who knows where this child came from? You're treating it like a treasure. Now you're asking for it, and you're still feeling smug. You think you found a backer. You think you're going to get married soon. You even let your shameless mother spread the news that you've married a rich man. Let's see if the rich man will still want you. She looked at Mufirin viciously. As she thought about Mufirin's fate, she started to feel good. However, after a while, she realized that something was wrong. The people around them did not react at all. Although Mufirin was furious, she did not make a move. The people around them did not look at Mufirin with disdain. Instead, they looked at Wen's mother as if they had not heard anything. Chapter 1244. What was going on? Firin's mother wondered as she watched. How could she know that Black Hawk's people were absolutely loyal to Black Hawk? In other words, no matter when, Black Hawk's people were their people. Whoever Black Hawk wanted to be good to, they would be good to. There was absolutely no objection. Black Hawk's choice was their choice, and they wouldn't refute it. Black Eagle snorted and looked at Firin's mother. Have you said enough? Black Eagle walked forward. Firin, no matter what, it has nothing to do with you now. Firin's mother said, don't you care? Hee, she has a bastard child. Black Eagle lifted Firin's mother's clothes. His lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. I've said it before. The child is mine. Firin's mother was stunned. What did you say? Black Eagle said, didn't your son tell you that the child is mine? Firin's child is my flesh and blood. Firin's mother had not thought of this. She stood there and looked at him. She wanted to see if he was telling the truth from his face. You're not lying to protect her, are you? Black Eagle turned around and looked at Firin. Firin was very touched. She felt warm that he was protecting her. However, Black Eagle did not intend to hide it anymore. He could not tolerate his child being called a bastard child. Firin should also know about this matter. Currently, this was the only problem between him and her, and it was the only problem that hindered their future. He looked at Firin deeply before he turned around and said, the child is mine. If you don't believe me, you can do a DNA test. It's impossible to take the child away from me. I won't let Black Eagle's child take your family name. From now on, the child will take my family name, and you. He lowered his head and looked at Firin's mother fiercely. If I hear you call him a bastard again, I'll turn your son into an orphan bastard. Firin's mother felt immense pressure bearing down on her. Looking at Black Eagle's eyes, she felt as though she was going to die. But, was he telling the truth? Firin, that bastard child, was this man's child. That's impossible, that's impossible. Wen's mother still felt that he had said that on purpose. Wen's mother said, how did you know her back then? She didn't know anyone back then. Therefore, they were all very surprised to know that she had someone outside. Ding was so strict with her that she didn't even have the chance to interact privately. They guessed that the child's father might be one of the good-looking security guards around her. Or maybe he was a small-time actor from a film crew. But now, Jinyan said it was him. Black Hawk snorted. At that time, I sneaked into Country C and stayed in the same hotel where the family held their banquet. That night, because of a misunderstanding, I slept with her. Now I've made it clear that the child is mine, and so is Firin. If the family tries to make trouble again, be careful of your heads. After the black eagle finished speaking, he let go of the limp Wen's mother. The whole place was silent. At the back, Firen was dumbstruck. He stood there and looked at the Black Hawk. For a moment, his brain seemed to have turned into mush. What did he just say? What child was his? That night, because of a misunderstanding, they slept together. What on earth was he talking about? Firen looked at him in surprise. You, the Black Hawk stood there and nodded silently. Firen, the child is mine. Firen shook her head violently. Impossible, impossible. You hadn't come to Country Sea at that time, so you didn't know me. How could you have been here at that time? You must have made it up to deceive them because you heard about it from me. You lied to protect me and Yun for my own good, didn't you? Firen looked at his face in a daze. She wanted to see the answer in his eyes. However, he only looked at her indifferently. There was no denial in his eyes. Firen immediately turned and walked out. The Black Hawk chased after her. When they were outside and walking down the steps, the Black Hawk grabbed her wrist. Firen. Let go of me. Firen shook him off. All right, Firen. The Black Hawk looked at her and said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now. Firen's eyes were wet. She turned around and asked, is it true? Hei-in gazed at her deeply and nodded silently. It's true. Firen, I sneaked into Country Sea that night to find a chance to deal with Gu Jingze. When I saw you that night, I thought you were a woman who came to find me, so, Firen's heart sank. The Black Hawk said, it was Gu Jingze who told me about you. When I saw Yun, I knew she was my child. Tears were already rolling down Firen's face. How could it be? The Black Hawk said, I'm sorry, I didn't have the courage to tell you. Firen pushed the Black Hawk away. The Black Hawk looked at her and said, I just didn't want you to be angry. I didn't want you to know that I was the one who hurt you. Yes, he was the one who hurt her. At that time, she broke up with Ding, got pregnant with a child who didn't know his father, and went abroad alone to bear so much. Firen sneered. No wonder you're so good to me and Yun. It's because of this. Jinyan, do you think you can get Yun back and be a good father now because you are Yun's father? I'm not. Do you think I'll be with you if you're willing to acknowledge me as your daughter? Firen. You're so good to me just because I'm the woman who gave birth to your child, right? Not really. Enough, Jinyan. I don't want to see you anymore. Stay away from me. Firen pushed the Black Hawk away forcefully and ran out. She was really sad and upset. After the panic, she felt more pain. She had thought that she had met such a good man who loved her so much, but she didn't expect that he didn't love her. It wasn't because of her that he wanted to be with her. It was because she gave birth to his child. Firen cried and ran out, shaking her head. The Black Hawk stood still. He knew that she hated him to the core, so he didn't follow her. He turned back and said, follow her. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to her. He shook his head lightly. Someone came over and asked, what about the woman inside? The Black Hawk said, throw her out. Ting's mother was pulled up and dragged out. Hey, what are you doing? You can't do this to me. She hadn't expected this. She had thought that she could embarrass Firen this time. Who would have thought that this man was actually the father of that bastard? Chapter 1245. How could Firen be so lucky to have given birth to a child for no reason? While Wen's mother was lost in her thoughts, she was dragged out of the door by a few people. And Firen. She left the place in tears. Along the way, her mind was in a mess. Why was it him? How could it be him? She had almost forgotten about the man that night. No, most of the time, she did not want to think about him. She tried hard to forget him. However, now that she thought about it seriously, that man's build, that feeling, that voice, it was very similar to He Ying's. Why, just when she thought she was so lucky to have a man's love, he told her such a cruel truth. He had been lying to her all this time. He was only with her because of the child. Was he so nice to her? No wonder he liked Yunyun so much and cared for her so much. And she was just a dispensable person. She was just the mother of his child. She arrived home. She leaned against the door and let her tears flow. Soon, she heard a sound coming from outside. This was her own place. She had not been here for a long time. It was still clean, but a little lonely. At the door. Apparently, Haing knew that she had come back, so he followed her. He had a certain level of understanding of her. After all, they had lived together for a long time. She thought that it was no wonder he had no interest in her body. Perhaps it was because he had no interest in her at all. It was only because she was Yunyun's mother. She leaned against the door and heard He Ying's deep voice. He said, "Open the door, Firen." Mu Firen shook her head forcefully. "No, can you leave me alone?" He Ying heard her voice, which was hoarse and weak from crying. He sighed and leaned against the door. "Firen, listen to me. I know this hurt you a lot. Since you know, why don't you leave? I want you to know that I'm sorry for what I did to you. I was drunk and didn't know who you were. Okay, you've apologized. I don't want to say anything more. You can go. Firen, I understand that you are angry, but I hope you can give me a chance. I don't want to be separated from you. Oh, because I'm Yunyun's mother. You're really humble. Mr. Mo, you're so persistent to me. Should I thank you for making me pregnant with Yunyun?" Mu Firen sneered in frustration. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Black Eagle said coldly, "Firen, do you think I'm with you because of Yunyun?" "That's right, I contacted you at the beginning because I wanted to interact with Yunyun more." Black Hawk said sincerely, "But later, the more I got to know you, the better I felt. I've never been in serious contact with a woman, and I've never tried to understand a woman. You're the first woman I'm willing to understand. I admit, because of Yunyun, I took the initiative to understand you. But after understanding you, I want to be with you." Mu Firen's eyes moved. She leaned against the door and looked outside without saying a word. Is it true? No, she didn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. She felt that she couldn't believe anything. Mr. Mo, in the past, I always thought I understood you. Seeing how well you treated me and how attentive you were, I wondered why they said you were scary. I thought you were so good and not scary at all. I thought they didn't understand you and I was happy to finally understand the real you. But now, I feel like I'm a joke. No, I don't understand you at all." Black Eagle stood outside with his hand on the door. "Firen, all right, you can leave now. I think I need to reflect on myself. I need to see where I've gone wrong. Why is it that every time I trust someone, they betray me? It's not just one person. Mo Ding is the same, you are the same. Perhaps it's not your fault, it's my fault. I trusted people too easily." Black Eagle stopped by the door. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. He wasn't a talkative person, so he leaned against the door and said calmly, "Okay, I just want to tell you that you're not wrong. I'm doing this for you. I'll prove it to you slowly. No matter how long it takes, I just want to tell you that I want you. It has nothing to do with who you are. Mu-Firin heard Black Eagle leave. She leaned against the door and didn't move for a long time. The next day, as expected, there was no news on the news. After the reporters went back and found out who Black Eagle was, they didn't dare to treat his words as simple arrogance. As for Mu-Firin, although she was not in the mood, she still went back to work. Maybe work and busyness could make her forget the sadness. She comforted herself and made herself even busier. However, in the afternoon, when the crew was just working, they saw some people coming in. Mu-Firin was rehearsing when she heard the noise outside. Then she saw a group of people walking in. "Hey, this is the crew. You can't come in." A crew member tried to stop them, but the people outside were very aggressive. "We're here to visit you." "Hey, let us in." "Hey, we're not allowed to visit you." Okay, we're exceptions." How did you get into the film and television city? Where are the security guards? What are you doing?" "Hey," the crew wanted to stop them, but then they found that they couldn't stop them at all, because there were more than a dozen of them, and they all looked tall and strong, so they didn't dare to stop them. Moreover, the last person who came in had automatically put on a shielding device as soon as he walked in, so the people around him immediately shut up. "Black Eagle, who are you looking for?" They vaguely remembered that this person seemed to be related to Sister Firin. As expected, he didn't say a word, but looked directly in Mu-Firin's direction and walked over. "Firin," Black Eagle walked over and said. Mu-Firin looked at him, then lowered her head and said with a straight face, "What are you doing?" "What are you doing here? I'm here to accompany you to film," he said as he sat down. On the other side, the male actor who was still acting was so scared that his face turned green. Mu-Firin looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing?" "You're here." "How can I film if you're here?" "Go away, I don't want to see you." Black Eagle said, "I said that yesterday." "What did he say?" "He said, I said that I'll prove to you that I'm sincere to you, so from today on, I'll accompany you." How could she refuse? Chapter 1246. Mu-Firin looked at the actors, who were pale with fright and had their mouths open, and said to Black Hawk, "This is my workplace. Don't make trouble here, okay?" Black Hawk crossed his legs and sat aside. "Don't worry. I won't disturb you. Just do your work and pretend that I'm not here." His presence here was already a form of intrusion, okay? Mu-Firin had no choice but to look at Black Hawk. "What do you want?" Black Hawk said, "I told you, I just want to be with you. I want to be with you all the time so that you can know my true feelings." Mu-Firin gritted her teeth. Black Hawk sat down calmly and said to the people beside him, "You can leave if you want. Just leave my things here." Then, Mu-Firin saw the people beside her put down the recliner, clothes, books, and cups. Mu-Firin was dumbfounded. He had brought something with him. This was really the stance of staying here permanently. Mu-Firin shook her head. Although she was angry, no one could do anything to him since he had decided to stay. Besides, Mu-Firin didn't want to be entangled with him. Forget it. He can do whatever he wants. Mu-Firin thought to herself. She got up and walked out, too lazy to care about him anymore. The crew was still looking at Black Hawk. They watched as Black Hawk leaned back in the chair and read a book. "Is he Black Hawk?" Yes. He had been pursuing Firin for a long time, but he didn't come back for a while. "We thought he had given up." "Oh, he is so infatuated. He has been pursuing her for so long. What does Sister Firin think? He is so handsome, charming, manly. Oh, I feel like I'm going to be wet when I look at him. Are you sure you are not thirsty?" "Of course not." Look at his manly smell. He is like a walking hormone. Oh, he is so handsome. I don't know why Sister Firen doesn't agree. I want to agree for her. Sister Firen is not as immoral as you. Go away. That is Black Hawk. There was no wall for ventilation in the crew. Not long after, the news had spread throughout the entire crew. In order to win Mu Firen's heart, Black Hawk had come to the set to stay. Mu Firen felt that no matter where she went, she could hear people talking about Black Hawk. Why was Black Eagle so handsome? Why was the Black Eagle so infatuated? She really felt speechless, but looking at the Black Eagle from afar, there was nothing she could do. Up ahead, Black Hawk was still obediently reading his book. However, not long after, Black Eagle saw that Mu Firen was busy filming and ignored her, so she got up and walked to Mu Firen's side. Mu Firen was acting with someone. The actor raised his head and looked at Black Eagle, who was standing tall and straight in front of him. Mu Firen also looked up and said, "All right, ignore him. Let's continue." Oh, okay. The male actor also wanted to act well, but Black Hawk's eyes were too sharp. He kept staring at him, making people's hair stand on end and feel cold behind his back. The male actor said hurriedly, "Sister Firen, I'm not feeling well, so I asked for leave from the crew today." "Hey, you." Then, the male actor got up and ran out of the room. Mu Firen was exasperated. She turned back and looked at Black Hawk, who was still standing there. "What do you want?" Black Hawk said, "You ignored me when I came." Mu Firen folded the script in her hand and said coldly, "Why should I care about you? Even if you ignore me, you can't always flirt with the male actor. I don't feel comfortable watching you." Mu Firen looked at him. "When did I? Just now, you were acting with him. That won't do. I'm not happy that he keeps staring at you." "You?" Black Hawk looked at her. "I hope I'm the only one who stares at you." This man was simply unreasonable. "I have to work. This is my job." "I know, but I can't stand it when I see it." Mu Firen gritted her teeth. "Leave if you can't stand it." Black Hawk said, "No way. You haven't seen my sincerity. I can't leave." You're forcing me on purpose, aren't you?" "No, then what were you doing just now?" "You deliberately made me unable to work." No matter how good-tempered Mu Firen was, she couldn't help but get angry at him. Black Hawk looked at her. "I didn't do anything just now." "If you didn't do anything, why did my colleague leave?" Black Hawk said, "I'm curious too. I was just standing here and watching." "Why did he leave?" "Maybe he felt guilty." "He definitely did it on purpose." With the Black Hawk standing there, who wouldn't be scared off? That look alone was enough to make people think that he was going to kill someone. How could he not know that his reputation had a great deal of lethality to begin with? Who would believe that he didn't do it on purpose? However, Haing was so calm and sincere when he looked at her, so Mu Firen was speechless for a moment. Mu Firen glared at him for a while and had no choice but to get up and walk out. Because she was too angry, she accidentally bumped into someone. When the people outside saw Mu Firen like this, they poured water for her and said with a smile, "Sister Firen, do you have a conflict with Black Hawk?" Mu Firen paused and looked up. "What's wrong?" "No, I just feel sorry for Black Hawk. He kept looking at you as if he was begging for forgiveness." Mu Firen pursed her lips. A pitiful person must be hateful. So there really is a conflict. Just forgive him, Wang Yao said. Mu Firen looked up and said, "You don't even know what happened, and you're already begging for forgiveness for him?" "Oh, yes. Although we don't know what happened to him, it's true." The dignified Black Hawk is so rich, so powerful, so terrifying. Now that a tiger has become a kitten because of you, you should forgive him no matter what happened since he disregarded his personal dignity and came here to beg you. Mu-Firin looked at her strangely. Are you so partial to him because he's rich or because he's handsome? Because he's rich and because he's handsome. The point is that he's not only rich but also handsome. Sister Firin, if you don't want such a good man, many girls in the crew will pounce on him like wolves. You have no idea how jealous they are of you now. Chapter 1247. Everyone thought he was so nice. Yes, she used to feel the same way. However, now that she thought of those things, it was still difficult for her to not care about anything. She said, "You don't know. He doesn't look that nice." How come? Does he have any hidden diseases? Someone asked curiously. What was she thinking? That's not what I meant. Anyway, he's not that nice. Mu-Firin didn't know what to say. Sister Firin, everyone has some shortcomings. We just think that Haiying has fewer shortcomings. He's already so excellent. If he doesn't have any shortcomings, he won't be able to live. Mu-Firin shook her head lightly. She turned around and saw Haiying walking over. She could only stomp her feet and walk away quickly. The girl next to her looked at Haiying with yearning. However, Haiying brushed past her without looking at her. In the afternoon, Mu-Firin left the set and went straight to a shopping mall for an event. Even a big shot like her had to do some similar activities. It wasn't for the shopping malls, but for the brands she was endorsing. She had to make an appearance occasionally to support them. Haiying followed her all the way to the shopping mall. Her agent said, "Sister Firin, is it okay to let Haiying follow you like this?" Mu-Firin said, "He can do whatever he wants. I can't control him." Hey, but that was the mighty Black Hawk. Mr. Mo, who didn't show any respect to others, had been hanging here for a whole day. Was it okay? The shopping mall was very boring. As soon as they arrived, the boss of the brand came to greet them. "Miss Mu, you're here. Come this way, please." "Hello, Boss Lee, my kid likes your movies the most. It's our honor to have you endorse us." "Of course not. It's my honor to be chosen by your brand." Mu-Firin was very polite to him. This domestic cosmetics brand was very common in shopping malls and had a lot of advertisements. The endorsement fee was very high, so the company attached great importance to it. Therefore, the agent was very polite to them and kept saying, "Thank you so much for taking care of our Firin. Wow, this advertisement is really beautiful. Sister Firin and this brand are really a good match. It's really fate." Director Lee looked at Mu-Firin and pulled out a chair for her to sit on. She was the spokesperson and he was the CEO, so it was normal for them to sit together. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly pulled out a chair at the side and sat down. Behind him, Mr. Lee was startled when he saw the man in a black leather coat pull his chair away without saying a word and sit beside Mu-Firin. His expression changed from surprise to anger. Is this your bodyguard, Miss Mu?" This person was tall and had a mighty appearance. However, he was dressed like a motorcycle, which made people feel that he should be a bodyguard. Otherwise, how could he be so close to Mu-Firin? Mu-Firin took a look, Black Hawk. She frowned and cursed in her heart. She pulled the black eagle over and growled, "What are you doing?" Black Hawk said, "Why is he so close to you?" Is this considered close? This isn't close enough. You call this close? They were just sitting in the same row. Mr. Lee was so angry that his face turned red. "Miss Mu, this bodyguard of your company has a problem with his IQ." Mu-Firin blushed. Leave first. How could Black Hawk leave? Not only did he not leave, but he also glanced at Mr. Lee. You should leave. Hey! Mr. Lee was so angry that his face darkened. Black Hawk said, "Who told you to be so close to me? Get out of the way." Mr. Lee really felt that his company's bodyguard was stupid. Although he was protecting Mu Firen, he couldn't protect her like this. Did he know what protection meant and what it meant to cause trouble? The agent was going crazy. How could this be good? Seeing that Mr. Lee was so angry that his face was red, she wanted to persuade him but couldn't. But if she were to drive Black Hawk away, wouldn't that be like asking for her life? She could only look at Mu Firen for help, thinking, "Big sister, hurry up and persuade him to leave, otherwise I'll go crazy." Mu Firen didn't have time to care about the agent's winking. You come here." She grabbed Black Hawk's arm. Black Hawk was unwilling. "No, he's too close to you." "Absolutely not." Mu Firen was really anxious. "The more you act like this, the more I won't forgive you." Black Hawk looked at her. "Then, if I leave now, will you forgive me?" Mu Firen didn't mean that. She was a little incoherent because of Black Hawk. "You go to the side first." "No, you have to say if you will forgive me first." "Why are you so stubborn?" "I have to be stubborn when it comes to you." The people around them were a little dumbfounded. What were these two talking about? And why did this bodyguard look a little strange? Manager Lee was directly left to the side. Seeing the two of them talking to each other and not taking him seriously, his face immediately turned green. "Miss Mu, what the hell are you doing?" he shouted from inside. "And this person, get him out of here." "What's going on, you?" At this time, Haiying suddenly turned around and pointed a finger at Manager Lee's face. There was an unrestrained threat on his face. "Shut up." This noisy man really made him feel irritated at this moment. Mr. Lee was stunned. How dare he point at him? The agent was terrified. She ran over and pulled Mr. Lee aside. Mr. Lee, this is not our bodyguard." "What?" This person is Black Hawk. I don't care what kind of hawk you are, get him out of here." "What's wrong with your company?" The agent was about to cry. "This is not our company either." Black Hawk. Mo who? However, at this moment, Black Hawk's people walked in directly. They pulled out a chair and gave Mu Firen something to moisten her throat. "Sister-in-law, you've been tired all day. Boss prepared some throat-moistening tea for you. Have some." They watched as Black Hawk's people came in with throat-moistening tea, fruits, and desserts. They were very considerate. But they were having an event here. Mr. Lee was really going crazy. What the hell is going on?" The agent held her forehead. She really couldn't handle it, she had no other choice. She really wanted to say to Mu Firen, "Sister Firen, I beg you, please forgive Boss Black Hawk, otherwise we will all go crazy." Just as Mr. Lee finished speaking, Black Hawk's men rushed over again. "Hey, old man, don't be so active. Look at how tired our sister-in-law is." Chapter 1248. Chief Lee wondered what had happened to him today. Chief Lee looked at Mu Firen. "Miss Mu, you have to give me an explanation." Haiying glared at him coldly. Chief Lee's anger subsided. He felt as if he could kill someone with that glare. Mu Firen said, "Chief Lee, I'll take him away immediately." "Don't worry, Mu Firen pulled Haiying away. Someone said, "Hey, how can you talk to our sister-in-law like that?" Mu Firen said angrily, "Mo Jinyan, can't you control your man?" Haiying went up and gave him a look. That person immediately retreated. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I'm just feeling sorry for you on behalf of our big brother. Chief Lee wanted to say something but the manager quickly pulled him back. Chief Lee, please let Firen handle this. Hey, where did this hooligan come from? He came here just because he said he would. The manager quickly pulled him back. Sigh, Chief Lee, forget it. You can't beat him, sigh, is there any law in this world? Why can't I beat him? I'm going to chase him out. Chief Lee, calm down. You really can't, the manager pulled Haing out. This was Mo Jinyan. How could he do that? The manager pulled him back. Chief Lee continued, if you continue like this, I'm going to withdraw my endorsement. Humph. The manager quickly said in a low voice, I can't do anything about it. That's Mo Jinyan. Chief Lee frowned. What did you say? Don't you know? The Golden Lounge. Mo Jinyan. Haing. Chief Lee didn't know at first. He didn't think about it when he mentioned the name. But when the three of them were put together, it was different. Resplendent Golden Lounge, that nightclub was famous in the entire B city. It wasn't messy at all, but it was very safe. It was absolutely quiet and safe for a few people to gather there. It was a classy place, and they didn't have to worry about being overheard when they talked about private matters. The wine was of the highest quality, and the whole manor was directly flown in by air. The ingredients were also the best. The waiters weren't revealing at all, but they looked very elegant. When people entered, they couldn't help but feel that this was not a low-end place that relied on erotic attractions, but a noble and elegant place. And the reason why this place was safe was because the boss was Mo Jinyan, Black Hawk. He's Black Eagle. Manager Lee was speechless. Mu Firen watched as the agent dragged Boss Lee away with great difficulty. Then she pulled Black Hawk forcefully and said, "Get out." Black Hawk said, "No, you can continue working here. I won't disturb you. Don't bother my ass, get out." Not disturbing. He was just short of chasing everyone away. The Black Hawk followed her out. She pursed her lips and stood there. "I'm not doing this because he's too close to you." Mu Firen said, "What exactly do you want to do? Do you think I'll forgive you just like that?" The Black Eagle said, "That's not it. I'm just fighting for it, you're only hindering me. I'm trying to protect you, you're going to make me unemployed. It's okay. If you lose your job, I can support you." Mu Firen said, "I don't need it." Black Hawk looked at her and said, "Firen, I don't know what to do if I don't do this, but I want you to see my determination. I'll follow you for as long as you don't forgive me. I'll show you my patience. It's not because of whose mother you are or who you gave birth to. If I want, I can find a lot of other mothers for Yunyun, but I don't want them. I want to be with you." His words made Mu Firen's heart ache again. She thought of Yunyun. She finally had a father, but, just then, Black Hawk's cell phone rang. She watched as he looked at the number and was about to answer the call. He looked up and explained to Mu Firen, "I have to answer Lin Che's call." Mu Firen said, "Oh, is it about Gu Jingze?" "Maybe. There's a problem with Gu Jingze and I have to help him." "Hurry up and go then." Black Hawk nodded and said to her softly, "I'll come to you after I'm done." "Don't come." She thought of this and hurriedly went back inside. However, the moment she entered, Boss Lee had already asked someone to pour tea. "Hey, why isn't Mr. Mo here?" So he found out. Mu Firen glared at her agent. The agent looked helpless. Mu Firen said, "He has something to do," and left. "Oh, it's my fault for not being a good host just now. Miss Mu, Mr. Mo really cares about you. Look, he's prepared everything for you. Now it was concern. Who was the one who was so annoyed just now? He said, hurry up and eat. Don't waste Mr. Mo's good intentions. You're right. Next time, I'll have to talk to the public relations department about this kind of small event. Don't let Miss Moo make the trip again. Really, Miss Moo is usually so tired. After these companies found a spokesperson, they would try their best to make use of them. Therefore, usually, the agent would say that they were really busy, while the company hoped that the spokesperson would attend any event. Now it was the other way around. Before Moo Fearon left, she said to her agent, don't talk nonsense next time. The agent cupped her hands and said, Sister, my dear sister, please get rid of Blackhawk. No matter what Brother Blackhawk did, please forgive him. Otherwise, I feel sorry for him. Are you sure you didn't say that because you're annoyed by him? I don't dare to annoy Brother Blackhawk. The agent said, anyway, please. Moo Fearon glared at her and walked out. It wasn't something that could be forgiven easily. Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of forgiveness. Could they still be together after forgiveness? Gu Jingze returned from Country M. The group of people split up to make preparations. On the surface, the Gu family was full of joy. But in fact, it wasn't that smooth. Lin Che and Gu Jingze were on the plane when Qin Hao said, the Gu family seems to have contacted some people secretly. They said that they are going to hold a meeting to welcome President Gu. Actually, I'm afraid they just want to see how President Gu is. Is he healthy? Is he really President Gu? If the Gu family really holds a meeting, they will definitely make things difficult for President Gu. Lin Che said, but we still have to hold it, don't we? If we insist on rejecting it, the more we reject it, the more suspicious they'll be. Apart from losing his memory, Gu Jingze is normal. Then let's hold it. We just need to avoid some of the past. Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingze, wanting to ask for his opinion. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, I'll do whatever my wife says. I won't embarrass my wife. Okay, he forgot that President Gu was now a slave to his wife. Chapter 1249. Gu Jingze's status as a wife-slave was different from other people's. Others would go over to lick Gu Jingze's boots, but Gu Jingze said it in such a light tone as if it was a matter of course. He said it in a very serious tone, but the words he said really made Qin Hao feel like he was in a mess. They got off the plane. Black Hawk had said that everything was ready. The Gu family's security was also ready. Back at the Gu family's house, Gu Jingze was still a stranger. Of course, he didn't see anyone in the name of recuperating. Anyway, Gu Jingze would recuperate at home if he had any problems, so it was no different from usual. Lin Che sat there and took out some documents for Gu Jingze to read. Hugging Lin Che, he looked at him and said, can these materials be used tomorrow? Lin Che saw that there were a lot of documents. Not really. You can take a look. You just need to know what's in it. Most people can't remember so many things at once. When they ask, you can ask the relevant secretary about the specific terms. Gu Jingze nodded. But as he looked, he remembered most of it. Okay, I've got it, he said. The two of them had been cooped up in the room for 8 hours when he suddenly blurted out this sentence. Lin Che said in surprise, oh, you've remembered most of it. Yes. Lin Che didn't believe him. She took out a random document and asked, what were the 8 major projects last season? He said, bay construction, forestry construction. He said 8 projects in one breath, without missing a single word. Lin Che continued to increase the difficulty, repeating his words one more time. Gu Jingze didn't even get the numbers wrong. Lin Che looked at him with her mouth half open. Qin Hao had said that he was very efficient because his memory was better than others. She finally saw it for herself. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Wow, you're amazing." Gu Jingze looked at her, pressed his lips against her cheek and said, "Really?" Lin Che hugged him. "You're my husband indeed. You're amazing. You didn't know I was so amazing before." "I knew you were amazing, but I didn't know you were so amazing." Gu Jingze said, "I didn't know I was so good, but I'm happy that I can make my wife happy." Lin Che said, "I'm not happy. I'm already very happy that you're by my side. I'm in awe of you. You're amazing. You're too awesome. You're simply omnipotent." He moved past Lin Che's hand and placed his hands on either side of Lin Che, pressing her down slowly. "Yes, in other aspects, I think I'm also very capable," Lin Che blushed. "It's not that you don't remember, but I think my body remembers. Otherwise, look, why did it move on its own? What a hooligan." He couldn't remember anything, but he still remembered to act like a hooligan, the next day. Gu family shareholders meeting. Lin Che attended with Gu Jingze. Before this, Lin Che had taken over the management of all of the Gu family's businesses, so she, who had never attended a shareholders meeting, came to the scene for the first time. Looking down at the long table, there were more than 40 shareholders present. Xue Mingqi was also among them. It was clear that all of the Xue family's businesses were now in Xue Mingqi's hands. Xue Mingqi hadn't expected Gu Jingze to come back alive. But looking at Gu Jingze, Xue Mingqi felt a little different. He sat there in silence. To others, he didn't seem as fierce as he used to be. When everyone saw that Gu Jingze had arrived, their initial suspicions were put to rest. But they still felt indignant and shouted, "Jingze, the projects before you came back have all been handed over to Lin Che. Do you know how the progress is now?" Gu Jingze glanced at them and said calmly, "That's right, Lin Che has already handed them over to me." "Then, the bait project is still short of 100 million yuan. That should be no problem, right? Aren't we short of 130 million yuan? Gu Jingze asked. Oh, all right. Qin Hao thought to himself. They're playing word games with President Gu. Even if President Gu doesn't remember now, with his memory, he can play with you to death. But someone at the back said directly, "Jingze, you should choose a backup manager to manage these businesses. Once you leave, Lin Che will take over. She has no experience and doesn't know anything." "We're really. Do you know how messy this place was when you weren't around?" "That's right." One by one, everyone started to complain about Lin Che's crimes. They didn't care that Lin Che was still here. It was really, Lin Che thought that they must have accumulated a lot of resentment during this period of time. "We won't let Lin Che take over next time. She has no leadership skills at all, enough." At this moment, Gu Jingze, who had been sitting there as if he was harmless, suddenly stood up. It was just 2 short words, but they seemed to carry the weight of an iceberg. Just a moment ago, he was just indifferent, but now, he was like a giant eagle that had its prey in its mouth. He looked at the people below him fiercely. Gu Jingze said, "If anyone dares to say anything bad about Lin Che, I guarantee that they won't be able to open their mouths for the rest of their lives." What did he mean by that? "You. Jingze, we're just stating the facts." "Oh, I'm not stating the facts here. I just don't like to hear people saying bad things about her." Everyone looked at Gu Jingze. "She's been spoiled rotten by you." "That's right. What's wrong?" "You. If you continue to spoil her like this, the Gu family will be destroyed in her hands. Is there anything that I, Gu Jingze, can't afford to destroy? How could Gu Jingze be like this? Jingze, what do you want us to do?" I'm destroying my share in the Gu family. As for your share, I have the data here. He said calmly, last quarter, it increased by 2.3% compared to the same period last year. This year, it increased by 3.6% compared to last year. So, you're all increasing, not decreasing at all. What else do you have to say? Everyone shut their mouths. However, because of Gu Jingze's behavior, they suddenly felt that Gu Jingze was still the same Gu Jingze. He spoke with data and didn't give people a chance to refute. Xue Mingqi couldn't understand it. Just now, she felt that something was wrong, but now, it seemed to be the same. She gritted her teeth and could only endure it for now. She ordered the people beside her, pay attention to Gu Jingze. Yes, Miss Xue. She didn't believe that nothing would happen to Gu Jingze. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, touched. She felt that even though he had lost his memory, he was still so protective of her. Maybe it was because he didn't know what the money meant. Chapter 1250. After the meeting, she looked at Gu Jingze. The Gu family's business is very, very profitable. Don't you care about it? The shareholders will be unhappy if you protect me so much. Gu Jingze said, what are you trying to say? Lin Che said, I mean, after you regain your memory, you might know that you made a mistake today. Gu Jingze touched her chin. How can you think that? I know I wouldn't care about this in the past. You. Lin Che said, you used to be a workaholic. I also like to work now, but work is not as important as you. He lifted her chin, gently, pinched there, and put his lips on hers. Lin Che whimpered, immersed in his passionate kiss. She didn't notice that there were some uninvited guests at the side. Anlan. When she came in, she saw Gu Jingze hugging Lin Che under the sunlight, lowering his head and kissing her quietly. Anlan felt a wave of unbearable jealousy. He thought about how, in Country M, no matter how much he wanted Gu Jing and Zai Peng to be together, he was unwilling. He had been pouring out his love for Lin Che. Now that he saw it for himself, he felt a violent blow to his heart. After standing for a while, Gu Jingze let go of Lin Che and said calmly, do I look good? Lin Che was stunned. Gu Jingze turned his head calmly. He had already noticed that there was someone behind. Lin Che also saw Anlan at the back. How dare she come? However, Gu Jingze stared at Anlan without saying a word. Lin Che got up first. Gu Jingze lost his memory, so she went up to him. Missin, I didn't expect you to come. Anlan smiled at her but didn't speak to her. She stared at Gu Jingze. Jingze, are you okay? I was very worried when I heard that something happened to you. I'm glad to see that you're fine. Gu Jingze said calmly, thank you for your concern, Missin. I'm fine. Anlan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed. He had lost his memory. Because it happened in Country M, she sent someone to investigate and they said that he had lost his memory. That was why she had the courage to come and see if he really had lost his memory. She came over to take a look. Sure enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to her so calmly. Lin Che didn't know what had happened in the Yin family, but he knew it clearly. He definitely wouldn't let her go so easily, and he even called her Miss, and Gu Jingze didn't have the strength to fight back. Gu Jingze had never been wronged like this. However, it was different now. He had lost his memory and couldn't remember. Anlan relaxed even more. She smiled and said, we've always been friends, and. She looked down shyly and said, and my dad said that if you hadn't gotten married, would have married you by now. Gu Jingze looked at her and glanced at her. Then he hugged Lin Che and said, really? But I don't think it's possible. And Lan said, "Why?" Gu Jingzi said, "Because you're obviously not as pretty as my wife." And Lan's face twisted. Lin Che was also taken aback. This Gu Jingzi, and Lan was not as good-looking as Lin Che. This was obvious to all. And Lan looked very young. After all, she was too young, so she also liked to dress up young. However, in terms of appearance, she definitely wasn't as exquisite as Lin Che. Lin Che saw that and Lan's face had turned green, and he quickly said, Missin, why are you here?" And Lan could only glare at Lin Che and said, "I just came to take a look." Lin Che said, "Then take your time, Missin. I still have something to do with Jingzi." "Oh yeah, if you want to see Jingyu, he's not here. He should be at the filming site." And Lan only glared at him silently. Gu Jingzi couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. He took Lin Che's hand and said, "Honey, let's go." Lin Che said, "Okay, let's go eat." "What do you want to eat?" "What do you want to eat?" The two of them interlocked their fingers and walked out without a care for anyone else. Everyone looked at Lan and then looked back, sneering inwardly. She really came looking for trouble. However, she really wasn't as good-looking as their wives. They had dealt with this meeting, but they didn't know when Gu Jingzi would recover his memory. Lin Che also knew that he couldn't fool them for long. If he continued to lose his memory and these people found out, they would definitely not let go of this easily. Because Gu Jingzi was temporarily back, Lin Che relaxed a lot and had the energy to manage other chores. Just then, in the game, KG called her. "There's a company that just released a new game. I looked at the template and it's the same as ours, but what?" They said that they bought a template from a foreign game and used it to make their own game. So, Lin Che didn't know much about this industry, so she listened to him carefully. "So, there's a problem now. They said that we copied that foreign template to make the game, but now they're suing us for plagiarism even though it's obvious that they copied our template." Lin Che said speechlessly, "They're doing this on purpose, aren't they?" "That's right." Lin Che rushed to the office. Looking at their game template, it was indeed very similar to Radiance, but they bought the template of a popular American game, Kill You. The current situation was that Kill You was similar to Radiance, but there was only a hint of similarity. However, Country C's version of Kill You was very similar to Radiance. It clearly had Kill You's name on it, but they directly copied Radiance's template and even put the blame on it. Lin Che said, "They're probably targeting us." "Yes," KG said, "if they didn't do this on purpose, they wouldn't have done it like Radiance." Lin Che frowned. Sitting there, she thought for a moment and ordered, "Go and find out what company that is." KG said, "I've already checked it." "Ah." Lin Che looked at him. How did he check it? The investigation team was on Lin Che's side. Tilting her neck, she smiled and said, "Sister Che, KG conveniently went to the company's internal department." "So, you hacked it while you were at it. How convenient." But they were on the same side, so they didn't care about the means. She said, "Okay, so what did you find?" "It's a company under the Gu family." "What?" "Previously, this company talked to us about working together, but I rejected them." KG showed the company's name to Lin Che. Lin Che had been dealing with the internal affairs of the Gu family recently, so he knew who it was the moment he saw the name. It was Xuemingqi. "She's here to poach people?" "Oh, right, she doesn't know that I made this game." Lin Che sneered. Tilting her neck listened and asked, "Sister Che, you know her?" "Yeah, a bit of an ill-fated relationship," she said. Tilting her neck said, "What do we do now?" Lin Che wondered how Xuemingqi would feel if she found out that she was poaching Lin Che. Chapter 1251. Lin Che said, let me see what she's up to. Crooked Neck said, Sister Che, you really know everyone. You even know the Gu family. Lin Che said, isn't Gu Jingyu from the Gu family too? Don't I know her too? Oh, right. Look at my memory. But, I just feel like I admire Sister Che too much. Really, what's there to admire about me? I just think that you're omnipotent, Sister Che. You're a treasure trove. There's no end to it no matter how much you dig. Alright, don't flatter me, that mouth of yours. Crooked Neck chuckled. Seeing that KG was still following them silently, he knew that he probably had something to say, so he left. KG came over. I think there's a spy among us. Lin Che said in surprise, why? Because the template is too similar. So they can't imitate our game just by looking at it? No, they must have seen our template. Then we haven't announced our template? No, only a few people know about it. But there's a spy among us. Is it someone from Triumph Corporation, or? Lin Che looked at KG. He didn't want there to be a problem among them. KG said, I think it's one of us. KG understood this very well. Although he didn't like to talk, he wasn't a fool. He didn't act on impulse and had absolute trust in his roommate. People were sinister, and he didn't think that his people had to be harmless. KG said, I know my people well. Some of them can be completely trusted and some of them I don't really trust. Especially at a time like this, I won't blindly protect them. Lin Che sighed inwardly and looked at KG. Then what are you going to do? KG said, I'll transfer some important information and won't let outsiders see it. Lin Che said, all right then. I'll get someone to deal with the problem of the template being copied. Okay, that's good. The two of them agreed to split up. One of them would investigate the internal situation, and the other would deal with the external situation. Lin Che thought that it was a little surprising that Xue Mingqi had set her eyes on this game this time. It seemed that this game had a good reputation, which was why Xue Mingqi had taken a liking to it. She really didn't know if she should feel proud. However, if Xue Mingqi knew that she would bump into him again, she probably wouldn't be so happy. Xue Mingqi sneered as she looked at the game she had created. Facing the staff at the morning meeting, she said calmly, I've said it before. As long as you have the heart, there's nothing you can't do. Even if it's an iron wall, there's always a weakness. Yes, Miss Xue is the best. That's right, I'm afraid this year's Game of the Year is going to be ruined in the hands of Missy. Of course. They're such a small studio. How can they compete with Missy? Why don't you look at our backgrounds? A smug look appeared on Xue Mingqi's face. She turned around and asked, what else is going on over there? We've already got that person under our control. Furthermore, he even stole the template from us. It's impossible for him to clear his name. From now on, everything will be under our control. Currently, there's no other movement over there. They probably don't know that there's a spy among them. However, they've already held a meeting to discuss how to deal with this plagiarism. Very good. Let them continue and release our plan in advance. At the same time, let them prepare to sue them in court. When the time comes, the court will be filled with our people. I don't think they can do anything about it. Yes, Missy. The studio quickly received a summons from the court. After the game was released, everyone felt that the game was similar to Radiance due to their first impression. Experienced gamers even listed more than 10 similarities and concluded that someone was indeed plagiarizing. However, Kilyu took the lead in suing Radiance. After releasing the court's information, the purchase agreement, the modification agreement, and the template, everyone immediately became hesitant because they seemed to have evidence and were very legitimate. They didn't know who to believe. Hence, a lot of arguments started on the internet, arguing about who was the original and who was the plagiarist. Some people felt that it was fine as long as the game was fun and Radiance's plot and structure were more complete. However, some people said that it was fun but it was plagiarism. Go and support the plagiarism. Anyway, I'm going to play Kill You. It's fun, everyone come and play. In addition, Shuemingqi took the opportunity to create hype. In an instant, Kill You attracted the attention of many people the moment it was released. On this side, when the few of them were having a meeting, Crooked Neck was extremely unconvinced. They're obviously leeching off our popularity. This isn't hype. Lin Che said, although it's hype, it's definitely hype. Moreover, it's a very high-end hype. KG said, what do we do then? Lin Che said, since Shuemingqi did it, they naturally have a lot of funds and professionals to plan it. However, you don't have to worry. We already have a secret strategy. We definitely won't let our game be maliciously attacked by them. Crooked Neck tilted his neck. You have a strategy. Really? What strategy? Lin Che smiled. I'll tell you when the time comes. Anyway, we have a strategy. Crooked Neck only relaxed when he heard Lin Che say this. Because he had absolute trust in Lin Che. After the meeting, Lin Che and KG walked out together. Actually, what strategy could she have now? Regarding the matter of being sued, she had already secretly sent someone to the court to ask. Shuemingqi had used her connections and wanted the court to rule that Genesis had lost. Unfortunately, she had connections and so did Lin Che, so she didn't have to worry about this. However, they really didn't have a concrete strategy. Their current strategy was to let the person who betrayed them appear on his own. Therefore, she had purposely said those words just now for the spy to hear. This was the plan that she and KG had secretly thought of. Lin Che said, pay attention when you go back. KG nodded. I believe he'll take the bait. Do you have a specific suspect in mind? That's right. These few days, I've been hacking into a few of their computers and found something wrong. Did he just casually enter again? Lin Che said, what's wrong? Someone's guarding me very tightly. They purposely locked down the server and didn't allow me to enter. It looks like they're taking special precautions against me. In the past, they didn't guard against me. Chapter 1252. Lin Che said, all right, go back and pay more attention. The two parted ways. After Genesis had moved to Triumph Capital, the few of them didn't spend much time in the school dormitory. They only went back occasionally because the school had something to do. The school knew that they were running a studio and doing a good job. For people who were close to success, the school would not care about them. They just reminded them to pay attention to some important schoolwork. For example, today's public class, they still had to come back to deal with it. Everyone felt different when they entered the school. Chen Hui stood there with his head held high, very proud. Aya, why are you still coming to school? You're so busy, but you still have to come to class. Crooked Neck said, isn't this giving face to the school? Chen Hui said, hey, look, isn't that our school bell in front? She's smiling at us. In the past, these people were almost all otakus and did not have much contact with the outside world. Although they were still otakus now, the school had done its best to publicize their deeds. It was said that they had independently developed and started a business in the school and had successfully gained attention. Now, they were basically used by the school to brag, so the students in the school were already very familiar with their deeds. When they saw these people, they could immediately recognize them. Crooked Neck rubbed against Chin Hui. That's enough. She's looking at Big Boss smiling, isn't that right, KG? KG kept silent and walked forward without looking sideways. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the school bell, unconvinced. When they reached the dormitory, they went their separate ways and prepared to go to class. Chen Hui found an opportunity and immediately called the other side. What exactly are you guys doing? I heard that they found evidence and have measures to deal with you. Can you guys handle it? Measures? Who said that? Our superior said it. Who's your superior? Isn't there a small celebrity working with Triumph Capital for this game? She's the one who said it. Give me specific information about her next time. Okay. The other side knew that this game was a collaboration between Triumph Capital and a small studio, but they didn't ask about the specifics. Because in Country C, there was no one who could go against the Gu family. Hence, they only cared about how to beat this game and didn't care about who the other party was. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be as powerful as the Gu family. Chen Hui, what are you doing? At this moment, a crooked neck appeared behind him. Chen Hui was stunned. You, Chen Hui was really shocked. He looked at the crooked neck and said, Oh, my home phone, is that so? You look so serious. Really? Okay, I still have something to do. I'll go do it. So mysterious. Tilting his head and watching Chen Hui leave, he muttered behind him. Chen Hui was scared out of his wits. Ever since he became a spy, he had felt a little worried and afraid. He was worried that he would be discovered and regretted agreeing to the mission. Only now did he realize how annoying it was to agree. He had to live in fear every day. Moreover, now that he thought about it, although it would take a long time for him to get his dividends, he would get his car, house, and so on. He should not be impatient and jealous. But it was useless to say anything now. He had already fallen into this pit, and there was no turning back. In the dormitory, the few of them were immersed in the game after returning. Although they were game designers, they used ordinary accounts. They wandered around to see if there was anything that needed to be modified. They leveled up and experienced it for themselves. Of course, looking at these people walking around and playing with so many people, they still felt a sense of accomplishment. When Chen Hui entered, Tilting Neck was talking. What strategy did Sister Che prepare? Is it really useful? Yeah, we made a similar software in the game that can determine the time. Didn't they bring it to court? As long as they go to court, that little thing can prove that it's our only use. The other party will definitely give themselves away. Chen Hui was stunned. KG, are you saying that there's something that's unique to us? Why don't I know about it? Tilting Neck said, yes. KG, did you leave anything in it? KG said, naturally, I have my own way of doing things. They directly used our template and didn't even know that there were traces of me in it. I can prove that there's no other programmer in the world that can write that program. I'm the only one. It's impossible for them to write it on the spot. Moreover, it's a hidden program. It's hidden in the program. If they directly used it, it definitely wouldn't show up and they wouldn't be able to find out. But I can find out. Hidden program. Sometimes it was used to prevent others from plagiarizing. Chen Hui was a little stunned. He had taken it away at that time and had forgotten that KG wasn't an ordinary student. He was a top hacker. He was filled with regret, but he had to sit there calmly. After a while, the few of them said that they were going to class. He said, No, I have a headache. You guys go first. I don't think I'm used to the school environment. You're really something. You've only been out for a few days. All right, President Chin, you rest. We'll go first. Yeah. You guys go. Chen Hui watched them leave and secretly got up to turn on KG's computer. This time, he carefully started to crack the computer password. Although he wasn't a top hacker like KG, it was still easy to crack the password. Moreover, KG didn't seem to put up any defenses against them. The password wasn't that difficult. After opening it, he looked around the computer and found the template. He started to search it to see if there were any special symbols. Then, Chen Hui, I didn't expect it to be you. Chen Hui was stunned. LG had already appeared behind him. Chen Hui was almost scared out of his wits. KG, you. KG looked at him, his voice indifferent. Then behind him, the others also walked in. Chen Hui really fell on his seat, his face ashen. He walked over angrily with his neck tilted. Chen Hui, I really didn't expect you to betray us. Just now, KG said that he was coming back to watch the show. I thought someone was coming, I didn't expect you to. I didn't mean that. I just came in out of curiosity. KG said, did you come in to see what information I left in the template? KG snorted and glanced at the information on the computer. It was still open to the template page. He hadn't closed it yet. The code on it was the game's template, page by page, looking very clear. Chen Hui's hand dropped. He knew that he couldn't argue anymore. He clenched his fists and said crisply, so what? Chapter 1253. He raised his head. What are you doing? Crooked Neck looked incredulous. What are we doing? Chen Hui, you're too much. We've been together for so many years, and now you're betraying us. Aren't you embarrassed? Have you forgotten how much effort we put into making this game? Have you forgotten how we worked so hard to code together? Have you forgotten how much we tested and stayed up all night for over a month to come up with the template? And now you're giving it to someone else. How much money did they spend? You sold us out without hesitation. Chen Hui's face turned red. But since things had already come to this, what else could he do? He said, I regret it too. I didn't want to do it either. But you have no idea who they are. Crooked Neck said, how could we not know? It's obvious. Isn't it the Goo Corporation? Just tell me, is it the Goo Corporation? Yes, it's the Goo Corporation. Chen Hui lowered his head. The Goo Corporation is so powerful. Aren't you afraid? We definitely can't beat them. Sister Che can't beat them either. She's working with Kai Xing, but it's just a collaboration. Kai Xing sees that we're no longer useful to them. Would they still care about us? This game is just a small business of Kai Xing. If there's a problem, they won't care about us. We can't beat them at all. Crooked Neck harumphed. How do you know we can't beat them? It's only because of rat shit like you that we ended up in this lawsuit. Otherwise, even if they didn't take the template, we wouldn't be in this lawsuit. Chen Hui looked at him. How could we beat them? If they didn't use this method, there would be other methods. Do you think this game is awesome? Do you think Sister Che is awesome? Didn't you see that woman the other day? She's a real rich missy. With a wave of her hand, so many people would settle things for her. This isn't something Sister Che can solve. If it weren't for me, they would have only done it in passing. KG said, apart from this, what else did you let them know? Nothing else. Chen Hui said. He crooked his neck and said, it's impossible that there's nothing else. Look at you. You've practically become their lackey. You must have already gone to lick their boots. What else could there be? That's right, they gave me a lot of money. Do you know what they gave me? A house worth tens of millions and a Maserati. Every time I gave them some benefits or some information, they would casually throw me a few million. That's why I said that you guys can't beat them. It's not because of anything else, it's because they have the confidence and the money. Do you guys have that kind of confidence? Who among you guys has that kind of confidence? This is the Goo family, and you still want to fight with them. With just the few of you. Ha, ha. Crooked Neck was so angry that his face turned red. A house worth tens of millions, a car worth a few million, and I threw a few million at you for no reason. You immediately changed sides. Alright. Our relationship is worth this price. Do you think our game is worth this price too? KG said, alright, Crooked Neck. Everyone thinks differently. Since he thinks that we're worth this price, then give him the corresponding share and let him go. When Chen Hui heard this, he immediately raised his head. He was going to give him his share. Crooked Neck said, alright, give it to him. Give it all to him. We don't want such a person as our partner. KG said, in the future, this game will be even more profitable, and we're the founders. Everything will have nothing to do with you. Chen Hui, you've already sold your future. I hope that the money in the house will bring you a bright future, but that has nothing to do with us anymore. Crooked Neck looked at Chen Hui angrily. Alright, sign it. You leave our team, sell your shares, and you can leave immediately. Of course, Chen Hui was willing. He said, alright, I'll sign it soon. But let me tell you, don't think that I'm stupid. I know that you can't beat the Goo family. Do you really think that this game can go far? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Don't regret it tomorrow. Crooked Neck was really disdainful. Watching him leave the dormitory, he said to KG, what do we do now? The thing you mentioned just now, is it gone? KG nodded. Yes, I didn't leave behind any evidence to prove our innocence. Crooked Neck looked dispirited. Really, I'm really pissed off to see such a despicable person succeed in the end. After Chen Hui went out, he immediately made a call. He talked about how he had been discovered, and what they had said about leaving a mark. He said, at first, I thought that there might be, but now that I think about it, they probably didn't have any evidence. They just wanted to catch me, so that I would think that there was evidence so that I could find a way to find this mark. It seems like there isn't any, so don't worry. Alright, you were too careless. You were actually discovered. You said that you would give me a large sum of money in the end. Sorry, what we said was that if we won, we would give you a large sum of money. But now that you've been discovered, you didn't complete the mission. You said that you wouldn't pay. It's your own fault. You can't blame anyone else. Chen Hui was really furious. But fortunately, they had given him quite a lot of money. Tomorrow, he would also get a large bonus from KG. That was money that he had never seen in his life. KG told Lin Che about this. Lin Che also sighed and said, I didn't expect this. KG said, he thinks that we can't beat the Goo family. Then he might be disappointed, Lin Che said, don't worry, we don't have to fight with the Goo family. Really? You have a plan. That's right. He's going to the office tomorrow, right? That's right. Okay, I'll go too. The next day, Chen Hui came to the office. After signing the contract, he would completely leave Genesis Studio and their game. When he arrived, Chen Hui had thought it through after one night. He felt that this was definitely worth it, so he walked in with his head held high. He crooked his neck and said, Traitor, you're here. Sit down. Chen Hui snorted, you won't be happy for long. Stay here and be a rich man for a few days. Dream of becoming a founder in the future. Anyway, you won't be able to dream for long before the Goo family attacks you. As he said this, he heard Lin Che come in from behind and say, "Wait a minute." Chen Hui looked up. Lin Che said, "Sorry, you can't sign this." Chen Hui looked at her. "What do you mean?" Lin Che said, "This is a commercial crime. You're the most annoyed now. If we don't give you this share, you'll be automatically removed from the company. Not only that, you'll also have to go in for investigation." Chen Hui's expression changed. "You? What do you mean?" Lin Che said, "Don't tell me that you didn't even learn this in school. Do you think it's so easy to be a traitor? They gave you so much money for nothing. Sorry, there's a risk in making money." KG and the others didn't understand, but Lin Che wouldn't just let someone take the money and leave. Chapter 1254. KG and Crooked Neck were watching from behind. Lin Che stood there and said to Chen Hui, "These are the company's legal advisors and the Commercial Crime Investigation Department is here to arrest you. What else do you have to say?" When Chen Hui saw the person in the police uniform, he felt even more guilty. He quickly looked at Crooked Neck and KG and said, "KG, you can't do this to me. We've been classmates for so many years and fought together for so many years." KG still wanted to say something, but Lin Che turned around and said, "KG, you fought together for so many years and he can still betray you. What else are you thinking? Things like this will happen again in the future. Are you going to keep forgiving others? He won't be grateful to you. Not only will he not, but the benefits you've given him have become his capital. In the future, when he has the power, he will take revenge on you because you've seen his ugliest side. You will always be his enemy, understand?" KG stood there and looked at Chen Hui. Chen Hui was still wagging his tail pitifully, but KG gritted his teeth and turned away. Lin Che said, "Chen Hui, you've betrayed us. You must know that this is the punishment you deserve. Everyone should take responsibility for their own actions. You're not young anymore. You should know that your choice has brought you to this day." Chen Hui looked at her, his face contorted. He seemed to be suppressing his anger for a long time before he looked at Lin Che and said, "Just you wait, just you wait. Lin Che, don't put it in such a nice way. Aren't you just worried about the money and don't want to give it to me? Humph, you put it in such a dignified manner, but you're still looking for an excuse not to give me the money. Humph, it doesn't matter. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Do you think the Gu family is easy to mess with? That's the Gu family we're talking about. Even you, Lin Che, can't do anything to them. Humph." Chen Hui was even more resentful now. He didn't feel any regret at all. All he felt was hatred. He would only be happy when Xue Mingqi ruined the game. Chen Hui looked at Lin Che. "I'll wait for the day you're ruined." Lin Che snorted. "Why? Is the Gu family very scary?" "Ha, what do you think?" Chen Hui said as he glared at Lin Che and walked out. Lin Che crossed his arms and looked at him. Behind them, the Commercial Crime Investigation Department brought them out. He crooked his neck and said, "Seriously, this is too disgusting. He even wants to curse us. He doesn't feel that he did anything wrong at all." Lin Che said, "It doesn't matter. No matter what you do, he will hate you. So it's better to not give him a chance in the future." Crooked Neck looked at Lin Che in admiration. "Sis Che, you're really amazing. Alright, don't look at me sucking up to you. Really, right now, I'm your fanboy." Lin Che rolled his eyes and said. Chen Hui was in the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. While he was being investigated, he quickly called Xue Mingqi and said, "I'm telling you, if you don't come and save me, I'll expose you." Naturally, they knew that it was impossible for them not to fish him out. After all, he was an important witness in an important period of time. At this time, if they allowed him to bite back and expose everything, wouldn't their previous plan be exposed? After Chen Hui was fished out, he immediately said to the people who came, "You have to compensate me. Now that they're not giving me money, you have to compensate me. You'd better stop while you're ahead. We're keeping each other in check, but you have to understand how powerful the Gu family is. If we don't want this game, then we don't want it. At most, we'll fight to the death. It's impossible for you to get anything from me." With that, she proudly picked up her high heels and got into the car. "You." Chen Hui was furious. But thinking about it, he didn't dare to go against the Gu family. After all, the Gu family was different from KG and the rest. He decided that he had to find Lin Che. She was just a small-time artist. She didn't have that much confidence. Hence, he came to Kaixing City in the afternoon. Crooked Neck looked at Chen Hui and said, "How dare you come?" Chen Hui said, "I want to see Lin Che." "Do you think you can see Sister Che whenever you want?" "Come on, I can see the Gu family whenever I want now." But Lin Che was indeed in the office. Hence, she quickly walked over when she heard the noise. "What else do you want?" Chen Hui glared at Crooked Neck and said to Lin Che, "I can testify that the Gu family plagiarized your game. I can also prove that they deliberately stole trade secrets and competed maliciously." Crooked Neck said from behind, "How can you be so kind?" Lin Che smiled faintly. "Just tell me what you want." Crooked Neck suddenly understood. You're here to make a request." Chen Hui said, "If I don't help you now, you won't be able to win against the Gu family. When that happens, you can forget about making a game. Give me 10 million and I'll testify for you immediately." Crooked Neck heard and immediately shouted, "Why don't you rob a bank? 10 million, you're talking big." Lin Che snorted. 10 million. No. Chen Hui said disdainfully, "Seriously, why are you making a game when you're so poor? What are you going to use to fight against the Gu family? I told you before that the Gu family is generous and has the demeanor of a big family. Look at you, you're so stingy." Sigh. He said, "To be honest, if I hadn't seen it for myself, I would have thought that this company was already very big. But you really haven't seen the generosity of a big company. Look at how the Gu family does things. They won't even give you 10 million. What are you going to use to fight against them?" Lin Che said, "Money has to be spent on design and investment. We're willing to spend as much as we want, but to spend it on people like you. I'm sorry, I won't let you take a single cent, you," Chen Hui snorted. "Fine, you said it. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn when the time comes." Watching Chen Hui leave, Crooked Neck said, "What do we do now, Sister Che? I told you, the Gu family isn't that scary. Believe me." "Yes, whatever you say, Sister Che." Soon, Gu Jingze came to pick her up. Lin Che said, "That Shuemingqi is really persistent." Gu Jingze said, "What's wrong?" Lin Che told him what happened. Gu Jingze said, "Oh, that guy is called Chen Hui. Yeah, he keeps saying how scary the Gu family is. I want to know how much he knows about the Gu family." Gu Jingze said, "That's right." Lin Che looked at him. "How are you today? Did Qin Yuqing's recovery method work?" "Not yet." Lin Che stroked his hair. "It's okay. Take it slow. But a guy called Black Hawk went over today," he said. Lin Che said, "Oh, that brother of mine. You used to hate him so much. Is that so? Why should I hate your family?" "Because, he's just a little annoying." "What did he say?" "He said he's coming to visit in the afternoon." "Aw. He also said he invited Mu Firen for you. Chapter 1255. He Ying tried his best to ask someone to pretend to be Lin Che and invite Mu Firen over. Mu Firen knew that Lin Che had been busy recently, so she didn't tell Lin Che anything. Lin Che invited her and she agreed. She thought it would be good to see Gu Jingze and see how he was doing. Mu Firen arrived at the Gu mansion in the afternoon. She was familiar with the place and the servants were very polite to her. Knowing that she was Madame's guest, they all served her very carefully. Mu Firen seldom came here because there were many rules and it was not easy to receive guests. However, the servants here remembered everyone. Lin Che said, "You're really here. What happened between you and He Ying?" Mu Firen was stunned and then she understood. Did He Ying do it? Yes. Mu Firen smiled self-mockingly and looked at him. So, Yunyan's father is him, Lin Che suddenly understood. So, she already knew about it, Lin Che sighed. It was not his place to meddle in this kind of thing. It was a relationship between two people and they had to solve it by themselves. Lin Che said, "I don't know what He Ying was like in the past, but I think his feelings for you are real now." Mu Firen snorted. "He's your brother. I don't want to listen to you." Okay, he's my brother. I can't say anything about him." At this moment, He Ying came. When he came in, the servants didn't dare to talk to him because he always barged in. When Gu Jingze was still alive, he had instructed them to leave him alone for the sake that he was Madame's biological brother. He Ying said, "Sister, I'm here to see you." Lin Che chuckled. "Are you here to see me?" "Really?" "Of course. I haven't seen you for a few days and I miss you very much." Hee, then you can leave after you're done looking." He Ying walked over. "No way." Lin Che thought, "You're still pretending." Mu Firen was about to leave when she saw He Ying coming. He Ying walked over hurriedly. "Firen, what are you doing?" Mu Firen said, "You're so childish. How can you pretend to be Lin Che?" Black Hawk said, "It doesn't matter if they're childish or not, as long as they're useful. That's how the business world works. Do you think the people in the business world are childish? But it is useful." Mu Firen snorted. He Ying followed her and said, "Firen, since you're here, sit down. Look, Gu Jingze's brain is not working properly, but Lin Che still stays by his side. It shows that our family has good genes. We're affectionate and loyal." Lin Che's face stiffened. "This Black Eagle. Firen, I don't think he's suitable for you. You'd better not consider him." Upon hearing this, the Black Hawk hurriedly waited for her. "Is she your biological sister? What kind of brother are you? What do you think happened to Gu Jingze?" At this time, Gu Jingze had already quietly walked to Lin Che's side. "I'm very satisfied that I can have you by my side even though I'm not in the right state of mind. However, there are some people who can't win a beauty's heart even if they're in the right state of mind. It seems like they can't compare to me, who is not in the right state of mind." Although Gu Jingze had lost his memory, he still had a sharp tongue. As expected, Black Eagle's face darkened. Before he could say anything, Gu Jingze said, "Since you're here, why don't we go out for dinner?" Hearing this, Black Eagle immediately shut his mouth and looked at Mu Firen expectantly. As long as he could have a chance to be with Mu Firen, he was willing to do anything. Not to mention being criticized by Gu Jingze, he would even be willing to be poisoned to death. Gu Jingze said, "I heard that I came back safely this time because of Mr. Mo. I should treat you to dinner to express my gratitude. Miss Mu, thank you for your trouble. Let's go together." Mu Firen looked at Gu Jingze and found it hard to refuse him. Moreover, Gu Jingze was Gu Jingze after all. She didn't dare to refuse him. In the past, she didn't have much contact with Gu Jingze, so she wasn't familiar with him. Although he was Lin Che's husband and she was Lin Che's best friend, she still wouldn't be familiar with Gu Jingze. After all, men and women shouldn't talk, and Gu Jingze wasn't a person who was easy to get close to. Moreover, it could be seen that Gu Jingze wasn't a person who liked to talk, so Lin Che had a lot of good friends. This kind of relationship was the most difficult to refuse. Although they knew each other, there was still a sense of distance between them. Mu Firen could only look at him and agree. Gu Jingze asked someone to book a restaurant and Lin Che walked in front of him. Lin Che said, "Firen seems to be really angry." Alas, what kind of sin did she commit? Gu Jingze said, "Don't worry. A good woman is afraid of a clingy man." Lin Che said, "Really?" Looking back at the two of them, Mu Firen was still acting awkwardly. Black Eagle stood tall and didn't look at her. He just walked quietly as if he wanted to prove his sincerity to her with facts. Lin Che shook his head speechlessly. Black Eagle was really charming when he was serious. Soon, they found a place to sit down and eat. A waiter came to serve the menu and looked at Mu Firen. "Mu Firen. You are Mu Firen, right?" "Oh, you." Before he could finish his words, Black Eagle threw a cold glance at him. He was so scared that he shut his mouth immediately. Black Eagle said coldly, "Cut the crap. Give me the menu." Yes, 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 if someone else had said this, the waiter might have scolded him in his heart. However, Black Eagle's eyes were so sharp that they made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. So he really shut his mouth. It was not that he didn't say it but scolded him in his heart. He was so scared that he put down the menu and left immediately. After he went out, he said to the people outside, "Oh, I saw Mu Firen. But the man beside her is so scary. I don't know who he is. Look, isn't that Lin Che opposite Mu Firen? It seems so. Aren't they best friends? Oh, I really want to go and ask for their autographs. Two movie queens. But that man is really scary." They looked over and saw Black Eagle sitting there expressionlessly. They couldn't see the face of the man opposite him. If they saw Gu Jingze's face, they would definitely be shocked. However, they could only see his back, so they felt more afraid of Black Eagle. They felt that he could kill people with one look, so they didn't dare to get close to him. Mu Firen couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart when she saw the waiter looking at them as if they were looking at a ghost. However, with a living Hades by her side, she wasn't afraid of being harassed at all. In the past, she would definitely be surrounded by people asking for her autograph when she went out. But now, people stayed far away from her and didn't even dare to look at her. She felt it was funny when she thought about it. The dignified Black Eagle was sitting here and scaring people. She turned her head sullenly and saw that Lin Che was still looking at her. She hurriedly pretended that nothing had happened and lowered her head to look at the menu. Chapter 1256. After reading the menu, Mu Firen called the waiter to order. Black Eagle stared at the waiter and the waiter wanted to find a place to hide. He didn't dare to look at Black Eagle at all. It was the first time that Mu Firen had come to such a public place to eat. She could order dishes quietly without being asked if she was Mu Firen. However, not long after, another boss seemed to have seen Lin Che and Mu Firen. When he saw them, he immediately walked over and said with a smile, "Oh, Mu Firen, Lin Che." This was not a cheap place and the people who came here were all rich. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz and BMWs parked outside, they knew that their annual salary was at least 10 million yuan. So when they saw Lin Che and Mu Firen, they were confident and immediately came over to greet them. Mu Firen turned back with a smile and was about to speak. Black Eagle looked over coldly again. The boss didn't see them and walked over. He said, "Oh, it's really you. I like you now. I like the role you played in Nishang. Can we take a photo together?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand. Although it was just a simple action, the Black Hawk somehow managed to twist his hand. Ouch, it hurts. Before the man could react, the pain had already made him cry out. After all, Black Eagle wasn't an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person withstand his attack? So the man fell to the ground with a howl as if he was about to die. Mu Firen was startled and hurried over to call out, "Mo Jinyan, what are you doing?" Lin Che stood up as well. After the man got up, he cursed, "You. Where did you come from? You hit me, you actually hit me." "Look, I'm not." Black Eagle clapped his hands and snorted. He stood there, several heads taller than the man. Not to mention that aura that was different from ordinary people. The man was a little frightened. Mu Firen said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, sir." He stood up and said, "What's wrong with you? How dare you hit me?" Mu Firen said, "I'm sorry." "Just pretend that he's crazy," Black Eagle said. "Who's crazy?" "He wanted to touch you." Mu Firen looked at him and said, "How did he touch me?" "He didn't touch me at all. Moreover, even if he did touch me, it has nothing to do with you. Why did you hit him? You are really harassing me." Black Eagle looked at her. "I'm protecting you." Mu Firen sneered. "You want to protect me now?" Black Hawk paused. "Yes." Mu Firen said, "Thank you, but I don't need your protection. It bothers me." Black Hawk said, "Even if you're annoying, I'll protect you." Lin Che really felt that there was something wrong with Black Hawk's EQ. How could he coax a woman like this? He was so overbearing. She hurriedly pulled Black Hawk over. All right. Black Hawk, that's enough. Come out now. You've done something wrong." She pulled the Black Eagle hard. Black Hawk was unwilling, but he was still dragged away. Outside. Lin Che looked at the Black Hawk. "Who chases people like you?" Black Hawk said, "What else?" Lin Che said, "If you wanted to coax her, you wouldn't have to be so unreasonable." Black Hawk looked at her and frowned. "I won't." He turned his head and was about to go inside. Lin Che hurriedly pulled him back. "Hey, come back here." "Where are you going?" "I'm going to explain to her that this is me. Anyway, this is how I am. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or be angry. But this is how I am." Hey, it's not like that. You. Lin Che looked at Black Hawk. "How do you manage so many people? Why is your EQ so low when you're with Firen?" Black Hawk looked at her. "But this is me. I'll be like this in the future. I don't want to be so perfect now. I don't want her to find out that I'm not that person. Just like before, I was like this. I let her think that I was perfect, only to find out later that I was the one who hurt her. I don't want to be like this anymore, you." Lin Che sighed and looked at him. But she felt that what he said made sense. She could only say, "Okay, I understand." At this moment, when Enlon walked in, she saw Lin Che and Black Hawk at first glance. She didn't see clearly who the man was. When she saw Lin Che at first, she thought it was Gu Jingze. However, his height and body shape were completely different. She was stunned for a moment and thought happily in her heart, what kind of man is Lin Che entangled with? Lin Che was already with Gu Jingze, but he was still so flirtatious with another man. And this man was tall and handsome. Judging from his melancholy look, he was actually a good man. No wonder Lin Che was attracted to him. But it was not okay. She was already with Gu Jingze, but she was still so close to another man. If Gu Jingze knew, he would be furious. And Lan's eyes flickered and she walked over. Lin Che. It was a coincidence that they met here. Lin Che turned around and saw Lan. She said with a smile, "Missin, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." And Lan sized up the man at the side and said to Lin Che, "You guys are pulling and pulling like this. Okay, I probably shouldn't be here. I'm sorry that I saw it. But don't worry, I won't tell Gu Jingze." Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Black Hawk, then looked at Black Hawk's arm that he was still holding. He immediately understood that she had misunderstood. Lin Che smiled. He didn't want to explain at all. He only said lightly, "What did you tell Gu Jingze?" And Lan said, "Are you playing dumb with me? You and this man. Ha, I understand that after marriage, you will probably feel empty and lonely, especially someone as busy as Gu Jingze. But you can't do something that will let him down here." Lin Che chuckled, "Missin, the family clearly wants you to marry Jingyu, but you are more concerned about the already married Gu Jingze. That's not right, is it?" And Lan said, "Are you saying that I'm being a busybody?" "I'm not. I just can't stand your way of doing things." Lin Che said, "Why don't you say that you're paying too much attention to Gu Jingze? What are you trying to do?" And Lan was embarrassed. But she had already said it. Moreover, looking at Lin Che and this man, she felt that she had something to use against her. She said even more presumptuously, "What am I trying to do? Are you feeling threatened now?" "That's right, I want Gu Jingze. My family and the Gu family should have been connected by marriage in the first place. It's just that you're in the middle. So what if you know? Are you going to tell Gu Jingze?" "I'm not afraid of you telling him. That's what I was thinking anyway. But you have to be careful, because if you go out and talk nonsense, then I'll let everyone know that you're hooking up with another man." "Oh, so you admit that you're interested in Gu Jingze? So what if I am?" "Ha, I didn't know that shaking hands with my own brother is against the law." Lin Che glanced at Black Hawk. "What? Brother?" Chapter 1257. Was he haying? And Lan hadn't expected him to be haying. She had forgotten whether she had seen him before. Every time she went to the Gu mansion, it was when she was in a panic, so she hadn't taken a good look at haying. Now that she looked at him again, she didn't see any similarities between the two. Haying was too domineering, and Lin Che looked petite in front of him. And Lan's eyes moved. She knew that she had been too rash. She looked at Haying and gritted her teeth. "Lin Che, you're on your own." Lin Che rolled his eyes at her. Haying looked at her with his hands on his hips. And Lan walked away arrogantly. Haying asked, "Who is she?" And Lin Che replied. Haying said, "Oh, the one who wants to marry into the Gu family." "That's right. I suspect that she has something to do with Gu Jingze. But Gu Jingze doesn't remember anything, and I don't have any other evidence, so I can only put it aside for now. Chen Yuqing is already looking for a way to help Gu Jingze recover. We'll deal with it when Gu Jingze recovers." Haying narrowed his eyes. "You're letting her go just like that? What else can we do? She is related to the Gu family after all." Lin Che pulled Haying in. "Let's go in." Haying looked over. She was a family person, but he wasn't. He raised his eyebrows. "Okay, you go in first. I'm going to smoke." "Don't smoke so much." "Got it, naggy girl." Lin Che laughed. She was becoming more and more presumptuous in front of Hae-ing. Maybe it was because of a sense of security. Was she admitting that he was her brother more and more? Lin Che, who had never felt protected by an older brother, suddenly felt very sweet. Outside. Anlan had just walked out when she felt two hooligans bump into her. Anlan usually had a bunch of followers, but now that she was standing behind, the hooligans still dared to bump into her. Anlan glared at them angrily. "What are you doing?" The hooligan accidentally spilled the tea in his hand on her expensive dress. At this moment, seeing that she was angry, he immediately lowered his head and said, I'm really sorry. Let me help you wipe it. Don't be angry, just wipe it and it'll be fine. As for the tea, I'll wash it when I get home. The little hooligan lowered his head to wipe it for her, but he didn't know what he was touching, but when he wiped it, an even darker mark immediately appeared on her white dress. A nice dress was ruined just like that. Anlan looked down and shouted angrily, "Fuck off, don't touch me, you're so dirty." The hooligan was still smiling. I'm really sorry. My hand seemed to have touched something dirty just now. I forgot in a hurry. Anlan was so angry that his face turned red. He said to the people behind him, "Throw these people out." The hooligan took a look and said, "What? I just accidentally dirtied your clothes and you actually want to hit me?" Anlan's face was flushed. He pointed at the people in front of him and shouted, "Go and chase these people away." The people below hurried over, but for some reason, even though they looked like ordinary hooligans, when a few servants went over to chase them away, the hooligans kicked them to the ground. "Fuck, we were kind enough to wipe it for you, but you still dare to hit us. Do you think we're easy to bully?" Anlan was stunned. She looked at the servant who had just rushed over and immediately fell to the ground, wailing. Miss, hurry up and call the police." Anlan took a few steps back. The hooligans didn't look like hooligans at all, and they immediately closed in on her. Before Anlan could react, one of the hooligans grabbed a glass of water at the side and splashed it at Anlan's face. "Aw!" Anlan cried out, and the servants at the side hurried over to stop him. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you know who we are? We're not to be trifled with." The hooligans didn't care about this and continued to walk towards Anlan. Seeing that her makeup was already quite messy, they hurriedly covered their hair with their hands. Their wet hair also hung down, and they looked extremely disheveled. Anlan had never been so embarrassed before, and it was in such a public place. She was so angry that tears started flowing down her cheeks. Just you wait. Missin', what's wrong with you?" Just then, a low mocking voice came from the side. Anlan looked over and saw Hae-ing leaning lazily against the door, looking over with a low smile. Anlan looked at the hooligans and immediately understood. Hae-ing did it on purpose. Anlan shook off the servant who was supporting her and looked at Hae-ing. You're playing with me on purpose. How dare you treat me like this? Did Lin Che order you to do this? How dare you?" Hae-ing chuckled. "The person who can order me to do something probably hasn't even been born yet. That's your sister. Of course you're helping her. I know she's my sister, so I don't have to waste my breath." His ambiguous tone made it clear that he had admitted it. But even if he admitted it, he couldn't really say it out loud. In the end, it made people feel helpless. Even if they wanted to scold him, they didn't have any evidence. And in front of him, a few hooligans who were just there seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and no one knew where they went. Anlan was so angry that her face turned white and black. She stretched out her trembling fingers and her entire body was shaking. Coupled with her pathetic appearance, she looked like a crazy woman who had lost her mind. She stood there for everyone to see, but she didn't seem to notice them at all. She just pointed at Haing and said, "How dare you treat me like this?" Haing harumphed. "Missin, what nonsense are you talking about? How did I treat you?" He was acting dumb now. And Lan's eyes were red. She wanted to go over and kill him. But Haing just looked at her suspiciously. "Io, did Missin offend someone? How did you end up like this? You don't look like a missy at all. You look like a lunatic. Why aren't you looking at yourself in the mirror? If I were you, I'd definitely jump off a building and kill myself." And Lan's face darkened. She just remembered that she looked terrible right now. She couldn't hold back her grief and anger. She looked at him and said, "Haing, you and I are irreconcilable." Haing harumphed. "You?" And Lan said, "Don't be arrogant." Haing, have never been afraid of anyone. Come at me. I want to see who in the family dares to play with me." Haing said, "Why don't you let the people behind you try?" When the people behind him heard this, they immediately shrunk their necks. How could they dare to? That was Haing. He could single-handedly tear apart a group of them. Not to mention, this Haing was vicious and merciless. If they offended him now, they wouldn't be able to live. Chapter 1258. When Amlin saw his own people suddenly become so cowardly, he was even more furious, and almost fainted from anger. She was such a disgrace. How could her people be so useless? At this moment, the number of people watching the show suddenly increased. Inside, Lin Che was still wondering why Black Hawk hadn't come back yet when he heard a shop assistant say, "Look, there's a fight outside. It's so exciting. That guy is so handsome. Isn't he bullying a woman? How can he be handsome? He's still handsome. That woman is obviously not a good person. I think you're just looking at his face. If he's handsome, everything he does is good." When Lin Che saw this, he immediately stood up. It can't be. What did Black Hawk do? The few of them felt something was wrong and hurriedly followed him out. They saw Lan standing there with her hair in a mess and her face flushed red. The people around her were looking at her mockingly. Black Hawk was leaning on the side with his arms crossed, as if it had nothing to do with him. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. And Lan saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che standing together. Gu Jingze was here too. She was so angry that she felt ashamed to see anyone. She stomped her feet and glared at Lin Che angrily. Then she kicked away the useless servant beside her and ran out. "Damn, what's going on?" Lin Che looked at Black Hawk. What are you doing?" Black Hawk said, "Nothing, I'm just watching the show." "Watching the show?" Lin Che was speechless. He pulled Black Hawk and said, "All right, come in quickly. There are so many people watching." Sigh, and Lan it's okay, she's asking for trouble. But Black Hawk only pressed her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm not a member of the Gu family. If she finds fault with you, she'll be in the wrong. When that happens, I'll kill her." So he was still helping her vent her anger. Lin Che felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Looking at Black Hawk, he felt helpless and speechless. Mu Firen was also watching. She pulled Lin Che into the hall first, lest there were too many people outside. It wouldn't be good to watch the two of them. Lin Che shook his head and said to Mu Firen, "Firen, I don't think he's like this. Alas, he's my elder brother, so I can't say anything. You're my good sister, so I can't say anything either. You'd better do as you see fit. If you still have feelings for him, then cherish him. You've seen him. He's like this. He wants to treat others well, but he can't grasp it. However, he will never let the person he likes suffer. At first, we didn't know each other, so he did that to you. Now that we're familiar with each other and know each other, look at him now. Is he still the person who gave you nightmares? Mu Firen pursed her lips and said, I know, he's very good, but, however, in the end, he still couldn't overcome the mental barrier. Lin Che patted her shoulder. He didn't expect her to forgive Black Hawk so easily. But now it seemed that she did have feelings for the Black Hawk. Soon, it was time for the court summons to appear in court. Seeing that Lin Che hadn't contacted him for a long time, Chen Hui had no choice but to go to Xue Mingqi's people. He agreed to testify for them, and this time, he only wanted a small part of the benefits. Seeing that he was tactful enough to testify for them, of course it was good, so they reluctantly agreed. But today, Chen Hui came with the lawyer to collect evidence. He drove his Maserati here, and his clothes were brand new. It seemed that he really wanted to come here to prove to them that he was living a good life after leaving this place. Indeed, Xue Mingqi had given him a lot of money. For an ordinary person, this amount of money could be squandered for a long time. Chen Hui came in with the lawyer. He snorted and said, We're going to court soon. Are you all okay? Seeing Chen Hui walk in coquettishly, he tilted his head and said, Humph, it feels good to buy things with the betrayal money. Chen Hui said, What betrayal money? Get it clear, I deserve it. Humph, you'll get what you deserve one day. Okay, let me see. Didn't you say that you have evidence? Why is it that my investigation results? You still can't do anything about it. I don't mind revealing something to you. This lawyer is a top lawyer in the Gu family. Let's see if the lawyer you hired can beat him. The few of them looked at each other. Seeing Chen Hui so proud, they were really angry. Just then, KG came over from behind and said, All right, go do what you need to do. We'll talk about it in court. However, how could they continue doing it? They were already furious just looking at Chen Hui. Chen Hui shook his head. Yeah, hurry up and do something. This game might not exist anymore soon. You guys should hurry up and enjoy yourselves. Sigh, but I still want to ask you, why don't I see your lawyer? Where is he? Their matters were all handled by Lin Che, so they didn't know anything about it. Naturally, they didn't know how to reply to Chen Hui. Sister Che's side is ready. Just wait, tilted his head said. Chen Hui laughed. Do you really think that Lin Che is omnipotent? Humph. Tilted his head and pursed his lips. He really wanted to go over and punch Chen Hui. Yes, Chen Hui, you're amazing. You're so proud of yourself after getting into the Gu family's good graces. But you can only be proud this once. I don't believe that the Gu family will use you again. Even if you leave us, the Gu family won't want a traitor like you. Chen Hui said, So what? I've already gotten the money. You guys are different. If the game is gone, you'll lose everything. Ha ha ha. Chen Hui said, Besides, how do you know that the Gu family won't use me? In the business world, they need someone like me who knows how to be flexible. At this moment. No, the Gu family needs someone who knows how to be flexible, not someone who will be flexible for no reason. Lin Che had arrived. There were a few people following behind him. It looked like they hadn't met before. When Tilted Neck saw that Lin Che had finally arrived, his eyes lit up. Chen Hui laughed. Who do you think you are? You've just started a company and you think you know everything. Lin Che said, I just heard that someone was talking nonsense behind us about why we don't have a lawyer. Didn't I bring my lawyer here? So the people following behind were lawyers. Chen Hui looked over as well. But at this moment, In front of them, the lawyer who came with Chen Hui was immediately stunned when he saw the people behind Lin Che. "Lawyer Wu, why are you?" He immediately walked over in a low voice and shook hands with him. Chen Hui was stunned. They knew each other. However, it was understandable for good lawyers to know each other. But looking at him, why did he look so lowly? It was as if he didn't even dare to be taller than Lawyer Wu. "Lawyer Wu, why, aren't you the exclusive lawyer of the Gu family anymore? Why are you still? Why did he take on a contract from another company?" Chapter 1259. The others didn't know what was going on either. They just stood at the side and watched. Lawyer Wu was shocked when he saw him. "What are you doing? Why are you here?" Lawyer Jing quickly said, "Didn't Miss Xue ask me to come?" Lawyer Wu was stunned. Did they hit their own people? Did Miss Xue know who this was? It shouldn't be. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked Lao Jing to come. He rolled his eyes. He had been in this industry for so many years. How could he know? "Lao Jing, don't take this case anymore." "Ha! Listen to me. Find an excuse to reject it." He wouldn't meddle in the internal affairs of the Gu Corporation, but he still revealed something. He looked at Lin Che from the corner of his eyes. Lawyer Jing took a look and seemed to understand something. Lawyer Wu had come here because of Lin Che. They didn't know much about the entertainment industry and didn't know who Lin Che was. They had only heard of him. Lawyer Zhang's status wasn't that high, so he couldn't get in touch with the higher-ups of the Gu family. He wasn't like Lawyer Wu, who was definitely in the core of the family. Lawyer Zhang immediately said, "Thank you. Thank you, Lawyer Wu, for your advice. I understand." With that, he bade farewell and was about to leave. Chen Hui was dumbfounded. The two of them had been talking for a while. Why did they want to leave? What were they doing? "Lawyer Zheng, wait for me. Aren't we here to negotiate today?" "Why are you?" "I'm not feeling well. I'm going to have a heart attack. I'm leaving." "Hey, you." Crooked Neck and the others saw that Chen Hui was about to leave and asked, "What's going on?" Lawyer Wu said, "Looks like we don't have to fight this lawsuit anymore." Really, this Lao Jing didn't know who he was. She was Gu Jing's wife. Who was Miss Xue? Now, not to mention anything else, all the affairs of Gu's were managed by this lady. Chen Hui quickly looked at Lawyer Jing. "Hey, you can't leave just like that. What's going on?" Chen Hui wanted to see them all go down. Now that they were here to negotiate, they didn't have any evidence to prove that they didn't plagiarize, but Lawyer Jing wanted to leave. Lawyer Jing said, "That's enough. Who can beat Lawyer Wu in a lawsuit? Besides, I don't dare to fight him." "Ah. Is that person very powerful?" Chen Hui found it strange. How did they find such a powerful lawyer? Even Lawyer Jing didn't dare to fight with him. "Let's not talk about anything else. We work for the same company." "What do you mean?" "He is also Gu's lawyer." "What?" Chen Hui was taken aback. That was impossible. How could that be? How could Lin Che find a lawyer from the Gu Corporation? Besides, they are lawyers who specialize in handling business for Gu Jingze. That's because President Gu is a lawyer. They are not the same as lawyers like us who can't get in touch with the central area. Ah. Gu Jingze is. That's the head of the Gu clan. I've never seen him in person, okay? Then, how did they get this lawyer? Yeah, I'm curious too. Ever since Lawyer Wu went to the top floor, he hasn't accepted any outside work. It seems like that woman has something to do with the Gu family. That's why she came. What? Lin Che has something to do with the Gu family. That's impossible. Do you think I don't know? She's an artist. If she really had something to do with the Gu family, why would she work with Kai Xing? She could have just asked the Gu family to fund her. I don't know about that. But Lawyer Wu is much better than me in terms of experience, connections, and determination to fight a lawsuit. He hasn't lost in 3 years. If I go to court with him, I'll be courting death. With that, Lawyer Zhink shook his head and left with the folder. Hey, you, Chen Hui was still behind, scratching his head in confusion. He couldn't understand why Lin Che had something to do with the Gu family. Everyone was looking at Lin Che. Then this lawsuit. Lin Che asked with a crooked neck. Lin Che said, didn't they withdraw? I don't think this lawsuit will continue. Ah. Lin Che said, all right, let's get back to work. Don't worry about it. Wow. No way, it's over just like that. Actually, Lin Che wasn't worried. Xue Mingqi targeted their game mainly because she didn't know who she was. Once she knew, Xue Mingqi wouldn't mess with this game to avoid arousing suspicion. So at most, he would just reveal his background. They hadn't reached that step yet, but asking Lawyer Wu to help was enough to make the other party fantasize. On the other side, Xue Mingqi received the news immediately. What do you mean? This game was made by Lin Che. How could it be? The person on the other side said, they said it wasn't Lin Che. Lin Che is just with them, how could it be her? Xue Mingqi was a little surprised. She felt that they had bumped into each other again and was very unhappy. Maybe it's not her. She doesn't have the ability. Maybe it's because of that TV series. Yeah, that's true. Didn't they work together for that TV series? Maybe it's a collaboration. She actually asked for help from the Gu family. She's deliberately going against us. Alright, there's no other way. Since the Gu family is already involved, there's no other way. How could this be? Xue Mingqi also clenched her fists tightly, feeling very angry. Their crisis was finally over. Crooked Neck was very happy. He shouted from inside, I knew it. With Sister Che around, there's nothing that can't be done. Sister Che, let's go celebrate tonight. Lin Che also felt a little sorry for his companions. At first, he didn't want to reveal too much, so he didn't mention his relationship with the Gu family. These days, although they seemed fine on the surface, they must have been very worried. Now that they were relaxed, she said directly, okay, let's go eat. Crooked Neck took the opportunity to say to KG, what a good woman. KG, you should make good use of tonight. The atmosphere is good. If you work harder, you might succeed. KG looked at Lin Che and retorted. At the dining place, everyone was drinking happily. Lin Che said, everyone has worked hard these days. The few of them raised their glasses together. KG took a look and picked up Lin Che's glass. Let me. Lin Che said, hey, KG, what are you doing? KG said, girls shouldn't drink too much. Lin Che said, it's okay. Everyone is happy today. Don't worry, it's okay for me to drink occasionally. Crooked Neck winked and said, drink, drink. He also tugged at KG. You can confess when she's tipsy. It'll definitely work. Go away. But they had never drunk with Lin Che before, so they didn't know how high Lin Che's alcohol tolerance was. It was indeed a little touching. After a while, Lin Che started to get drunk. This time, I'm really happy to be with everyone. KG, tell me, do you have a girl you like in our company? You're not young anymore, you can date now. Stop coding every day. If you like someone, I'll help you talk to her. It's not easy for a coder to find a partner. Chapter 1260. KG looked at her as he drank his wine in silence. Crooked Neck couldn't take it anymore. Sister Che, do we need to find someone else? What do you think of our KG? Ha! Lin Che looked at Crooked Neck in surprise. What do you mean? That's right. Our KG actually likes you. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. He smiled and said, you must be joking. I'm going out to pee. He had no choice but to pee. Lin Che felt like he was going to die once he was outside. Crooked Neck, what nonsense was she spouting? But did KG really want to do that? Li Mingyu had said the same thing, but Lin Che didn't think much of it. Thinking of this, he was still worried. Lin Che thought that he had no choice but to tell them the truth. Previously, he didn't want to explain so much, but now it seemed like he had no choice. Moreover, they were trustworthy people now, so he wasn't worried about what they would say to others. Lin Che picked up the phone and called Gu Jingze. Hubby, do you want to pick me up tonight? After a while, Lin Che walked back into the room. KG was still sitting there eating. Crooked Neck looked at her expectantly, obviously not forgetting what she had said. Lin Che said, "Why are you staring at me?" Crooked Neck said, "What do you think, Sister Che? Are you shy?" Hee, we're all on the same side. Just say what you want to say. Don't be shy. Lin Che said, "I'm really sorry, I've already sold it overseas." Crooked Neck was stunned, not understanding what he meant. KG paused and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che said, "I'm married." Crooked Neck's jaw almost dropped. How is that possible? Why haven't I heard of it? Why did you hear about it? Crooked Neck moved closer and stammered, "Sister Che, you can't do this. You can't say that you're married just because you want to reject KG. If you're married, the whole world will know. You're so famous, there are so many paparazzi." There were indeed many paparazzi, but they couldn't get in touch with the Gu family. Lin Che smiled. "You've thought about it. The paparazzi aren't that resourceful. They're still a bit lacking if they want to follow me. In the past, there had been people who wanted to follow Lin Che, but they were intercepted halfway. Later on, they found out that Lin Che's bodyguards were different from other bodyguards. The entire industry knew about it, including the paparazzi. It was impossible to get any news from Lin Che, so they didn't waste any more time. At this moment, Gu Jingze really came. Lin Che looked at the phone ringing and hurriedly said, "Okay, my husband is here to pick me up." Crooked Neck was stunned. Was there really such a husband? Tilting his neck, he said, "No, I have to go and take a look." Lin Che didn't care, and said to him, "Come on then." Crooked Neck followed him out. Outside, he saw a group of people waiting for Lin Che. He still couldn't believe it, but then he saw Lin Che turn around and run over with a smile. The car door opened and Gu Jingze got out. He tilted his head and stared at this person in a daze. Sigh, he looks familiar. But he forgot who it was. Thinking about it carefully, sigh, KG, why does this person look so much like the master of the Gu family that you showed me last time? KG narrowed his eyes and said, "That's him." What? Crooked Neck looked outside in disbelief. KG said, "I hacked into the Gu Corporation system previously, but I was blocked. Later on, I worked with a few people to hack into the system together and had a chance to take a look. But I didn't get too deep into the system. I did confirm that this man is the master of the Gu family, Gu Jingze. Crooked Neck had seen KG hack into the Gu Corporation and heard from Chen Hui about how powerful the Gu Corporation was. They wanted to go in and take a look, and KG tried to hack into the system, but there were many obstacles and it wasn't easy to get in. He only took a screenshot of Gu Jingze's photo and showed it to him. Later on, KG went in to take a look and studied Gu Jingze's photo even more carefully. So now that he saw it, KG recognized him immediately. Crooked Neck said, "It can't be," he was just too surprised, but he didn't feel anything else. He watched as Lin Che got into the car and left. Then he watched as the motorcade left in an orderly manner. Crooked Neck still couldn't close his mouth. Their boss was so pitiful. It wasn't easy for him to find someone he liked, and it was Gu Jingze's wife. Even if you were slightly weaker, it would be fine. The next day, Lin Che arrived at the office early in the morning. "Sister Che, why you kept us in the dark? Quick, tell us, was that Gu Jingze from yesterday?" Crooked Neck heard that Lin Che would be coming today, so he waited at the door early. Lin Che entered and said, "You know Gu Jingze. Do you think we're blind?" Crooked Neck said, "Didn't we see him yesterday?" Lin Che was a little surprised. "I know, but Gu Jingze's appearance. It seems like not many people outside know about it." Crooked Neck said, "They don't know, but our boss saw him after he hacked into the system that day." Hacked into the system. Lin Che rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. "You guys hacked into the Gu Corporation?" Crooked Neck hurriedly covered his mouth. I didn't say anything." Lin Che looked at him in shock. "No way. You guys don't want to live anymore. You even hacked into the Gu Corporation." "Aw. Is the Gu Corporation very powerful? Can't you hack into it?" Crooked Neck asked. Lin Che said, "Of course, you can hack into it as you wish. If they get your address, the police might come knocking on your door." Lin Che didn't know about it in the past. It was only after coming into contact with the Gu Corporation that he realized how powerful the system was. She said, "They are directly connected to the alarm system, and the security is very tight. It's not like the anti-theft measures of a normal company. It would be strange if you could get in and steal anything." It was KG who hacked into it. He didn't hack into too many places. He just went in to take a look. "Is that so?" "That KG is really powerful," Lin Che praised. He had heard from Qin how many times that their system's firewall could protect them 100% against external intrusions. However, KG was still able to get in. It was obvious that he was also very powerful. Crooked Neck said, "Of course, our boss." Lin Che said, "Also, the number of capable people in the Gu Corporation is definitely beyond imagination. Even the assistant in the Gu Corporation can block your KG's intrusion." Bullshit. "What assistant in the Gu Corporation?" "CEO's assistant. I couldn't find you last time. You were hiding. I only found you after I asked Qin Hao for help." "Aw. Okay, I know him." KG said that he should be a veteran guru. His skills are very unique. Chapter 1261. She crooked her neck, thinking that something was wrong. Hey, Sis Che, I'm asking you how your Gu Jingze is. Don't change the topic." Lin Che said, "What's there to talk about? We got married a long time ago. We just hid it from the public." Yeah, that's Gu Jingze. That's the Gu Corporation. No wonder you weren't worried that the Gu Corporation would come after us." Lin Che said, "Yeah, if Xue Mingqi knows it's me, she probably won't continue to go against us. She's someone who cares about her reputation. She tilted her head and looked at the ceiling with a face full of imagination. I really want to know how Chenhui will feel when he finds out about this. Before this, he kept talking about how powerful the Gu family was and how we couldn't beat them. He completely felt that the Gu family was too powerful, so he betrayed us. But he didn't know that we had the Gu family as our backing. Lin Che said, that's why people always find reasons for their own choices. Sigh, now he can only bear the consequences of his choices. Tilting her head, she said, I'm looking forward to seeing Chen Hui's expression when he finds out how laughable his betrayal is. Lin Che smiled. She was looking forward to it too. On the other side. When Enlon returned home, he tearfully complained to his family. Dad, how could Black Hawk treat me like this? Do you know how many people were watching? How could he be so arrogant? And Guodong looked at her. That Black Hawk is really outrageous. He sighed and thought for a moment before saying, but we can't use force against him. In terms of force, we definitely can't beat them. You should just bear with it. Dad. But I can't take it lying down. So what if you can't take it lying down? Who told you to offend Black Hawk? Alright, you don't know this person. He's arrogant and scary. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Dad, are you just going to let him bully you like this? Enlon looked at her father in disbelief. Could it be that the Yin family couldn't beat Black Hawk? This isn't the time to be impulsive. Black Hawk has no bottom line. We have a bottom line, but he doesn't. So how can you compare yourself to him? Alright, you go back first. Don't worry about this. Enlon was about to go crazy. He was humiliated for no reason, yet his family didn't even care about it. Enlon left angrily. When he arrived at the coffee shop outside, he saw that the group of people outside looked very strict. It seemed that there were some important people in this coffee shop. Enlon also brought some people, looking on in dissatisfaction, thinking inwardly that her family wasn't inferior to anyone else, so how could others be so arrogant and she couldn't? The family servant asked Enlon, Miss, where are we going now? Enlon pointed at the cafe that was guarded. Let's go there. The helper took a look. It looks like it's been sealed. Enlon turned around angrily and scolded, so what if it's sealed? What are we lacking? You guys can't beat Black Hawk, and you guys can't beat these people, right? Then what use do I have for you? When the few helpers saw this, they hurriedly said, No, miss, we just don't want miss to cause trouble. Miss is right, we aren't inferior to anyone else. Our family is just too humble and low-key. Enlon snorted and walked over. When he reached the door, he was stopped by someone. He pointed inside angrily. What are you guys doing? Is this your shop? Why won't you let us in? The few of them looked at Enlon, then looked at the people behind Enlon. They didn't say anything and just continued to block him. At this moment, the people behind Enlon didn't dare to hide anymore and hurriedly went forward. The people in the shop were all trembling with fear as the two sides faced each other. But at this moment, Miss and Enlon looked inside. Ah. You're from the Gu family. Enlon had seen the woman who was smiling wholeheartedly in front of him in the Gu family, but he had forgotten who she was. Inside. Xuemingqi smiled and said, Miss An, I'm Xuemingqi. Ah. Miss Xue. Enlon knew her. This Xuemingqi, who had the ability to compete for the position of mistress of the Gu family, had been the topic of many people's discussions recently. The two of them immediately dispelled the tension between them and went inside to sit down. Enlon couldn't hold it in any longer and directly accused Lin Che. After all, she knew that Xuemingqi and Lin Che definitely didn't have a good relationship. They were definitely competitors. Miss Shui, Lin Che from the Gu family really left a deep impression on me. Shui Mingqi raised her eyebrows. Not everyone in the Gu family is like that. When Enlon heard this, he even vomited a bellyful of bitterness at Shui Mingqi. She talked about how she had been humiliated yesterday and how arrogant and disgusting Lin Che was. Shui Mingqi looked at her with a smile and said a few words from time to time to provoke her. Enlon was even angrier when she heard this. At this moment, she said directly, she used Gu Jingze as a shield. Now that Gu Jingze has lost his memory, she must be enjoying being a queen. She must be very happy being under the control of the Gu family. Shui Mingqi's hand that was holding the coffee cup paused. What did you say? What happened to Gu Jingze? Enlon almost bit his tongue in disbelief. She had let it slip. Shui Mingqi narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips. Gu Jingze has lost his memory. Enlon didn't know what to say. She could only smile awkwardly. A shrewd glint flashed across Shui Mingqi's eyes, and she looked at Enlon with great agreement. Miss En, don't worry. We are on the same side. We are all enemies of Lin Che, aren't we? While Lin Che was at home, Mu Wanqing suddenly called him. Lin Che, the family said that Shi Yuan's second birthday is coming up soon. They want to celebrate her birthday because there hasn't been a proper banquet since she was born. She hasn't met anyone yet. They want to use this opportunity to let people get to know this third miss of the Gu family. Lin Che said, whose idea was this? Usually, Mu Wanqing wouldn't take the initiative to do these things because Gu Jingze didn't like it. So in the past, she didn't hold a one-month banquet or a birthday party. Mu Wanqing said, it was suggested by the Gu family. I don't know how to reject it. Lin Che vaguely felt that something was wrong. Mom, I'm afraid this isn't that simple. Did Shui Mingqi suggest it to the Gu family? Mu Wanqing thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. I also think there might be a reason, but what should we do now? Lin Che said, maybe Shui Mingqi has some tricks up her sleeves. However, Gu Jingze doesn't want to see anyone at this time. If he rejects this, it will make people suspicious. You think that Shui Mingqi has already started to suspect something? That's right. If she doesn't suspect it, then she already knows. In short, it must have something to do with her. Mu Wanqing was very gratified on the other end of the phone. She felt that Lin Che had been working hard recently, but it was worth it. She had grown a lot. Mu Wanqing was very surprised and admired her. After all, Lin Che was smart. It was just that he didn't like fame and fortune that much in the past, so he couldn't be bothered to think about these things. Now that she had no choice but to stand up, she was able to hold on. Chapter 1262. The Gu family was very attentive to Shi Yuan's birthday banquet. Because it was suggested by the clan members, the banquet was also prepared by the clan members. The banquet prepared by the clan members would only be more luxurious. Unlike Gu Jingze, who liked to keep a low profile, the clan members couldn't treat Gu Jingze's daughter casually. They wanted to do everything to show how much they valued this third Mississippi. She was called Third Miss because she had young Master Nian Nian and Second Miss Nian Nian. She was ranked third in the Gu family, so she was called Third Mississippi. At night, the manor under the clan members' wallets was decorated. It was brightly lit from the inside out. The entire white world was decorated with artificial snowflakes. The children of the various clans were still playing on the ground. Nian Nian brought Yun Yun along. Yun Yun had been unhappy recently because Uncle Mo and her mother were at odds. She hadn't eaten with him in a long time and hadn't listened to his bedtime stories. Nian Nian saw that she was in a bad mood, so he brought her here to relax. Beside him, Li Wei was also there, watching from the back. There was also Gu Jingming's Nian Nian and Liu Beichen's Little Apple. The few children who were around the same age usually played together in kindergarten. Today, they naturally followed Nian Nian here. There were too few boys and too many girls. Gu Xinian was leading the way and Li Wei was following behind him to help. As Yunyun sat there, Li Wei hurriedly ran back and forth to pour water, fruits, and snacks for her. But Yunyun was still in a bad mood. She pouted and looked ahead. It was only when he saw Mo Jinyan that he jumped to his feet. "Uncle Mo," she jumped over and called out. Mo Jinyan walked over and picked Yunyun up. "Yunyun, be good." Yunyun looked at him with tears streaming down her face. "Uncle Mo, do you not want me and Mummy anymore?" Haiying frowned. "How is that possible? Then why doesn't Mummy go to Uncle's house? Why don't I go to Uncle's house too?" Haiying stroked her fringe. "Because your Mummy is angry at Uncle. But she will calm down soon. You should coax Mummy and ask her to forgive Uncle soon. Uncle will go back soon." Yunyun nodded and wiped her tears. "I'll go back and tell my mother to forgive Uncle as soon as possible. I want to hear Uncle's stories." Haiying kissed her on the top of her head. "Be good. Uncle will visit you every day and tell you stories." "Sure, sure." Gu Xinian watched from the side. "Is Uncle going to take the roundabout route to save the country?" Black Hawk lowered his head. "What do you know?" Gu Xinian crossed his arms. "I told you long ago that you should have told me the truth earlier, but you still didn't say it." Black Hawk felt that he had enough of being taught a lesson by a child. He glared at him with narrowed eyes. However, if he had said it back then, Mu Firen might have ignored him. Now that he had said it, at least he had some feelings for Mu Firen. Even if Mu Firen rejected him, she did not reject him too harshly. Right now, he still had a little bit of hope. "Mr. Mo, Mr. Qi has invited you over." Black Hawk nodded and prepared to go over to socialize. Black Hawk was about to leave, but beside him, Yunyun tugged at the corner of his clothes reluctantly. Black Hawk sighed, lowered his head and said, "Come on, I'll bring you along, okay?" When Yunyun heard this, she smiled happily. Black Hawk was not angry at Yunyun at all. He carried her and walked over. Yunyun, who was being carried by Black Hawk, sat in his arms. Everyone looked at Black Hawk, a little surprised. Why was there a child in Black Hawk's arms? Gu Xinian shook his head speechlessly. Li Wei said, "Why did he bring Yunyun away?" Gu Xinian looked at Li Wei. "If you want to marry Yunyun in the future, you have to please him first." Li Wei's little face turned red. "Who wants to marry? We're still young, what nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Xinian clasped his hands behind his back, looking like a little adult. Although there were social circles when it came to beating people up, so did children. Moreover, this social circle was more or less related to adults. This was because the clan members would definitely remind their children who these people were and who they could become in the future. They were the children of the Gu family's legal wife, so they were different from the clan members. The clan members reminded their children, "The few over there, don't go over and cause trouble." Why? The children were still a little confused. What's their status? They're the legal wife and will inherit the Gu family's position in the future. They're even closer to them, so they can't be with you. You can go over and play, but you have to be careful. It's okay to interact more with them, but you can't cause trouble with them. You have to remember, there's an order of seniority, and there's a difference in status. The children were even more confused, but after being threatened, they felt that they might be different from them, so they more or less distanced themselves from them. Actually, Gu Jingze and Lin Che had never told the children about the concept of family status. Gu Xinian had never felt that his status was different from the other children. Although he looked down on ordinary children, he felt that they were too childish. But now, they could only play together on their own. It was also because the children's attitudes towards them made them feel uncomfortable. Some of them were very careful, while others were a little hostile because of their parents, and they looked at them strangely. As time went by, these children formed this kind of group. After all, everyone wanted to play with people they were comfortable with. Little Apple and Nian Nian were very good friends because they grew up together. Gu Xinian and Yun Yun were the same. Although Li Wei had only joined them recently, he was slowly getting along with the group. The few of them were also very comfortable playing together, so they sat together. Nian Nian, why isn't your sister out yet? Little Apple asked. I don't know. Maybe Mom is dressing her up. Lin Che usually loved to dress Gu Xiuan up too much, and he always took a long time to dress her up. Dressing her up? Nian Nian said, you women are so troublesome. Little Apple said, nonsense, I'm a girl. Nian Nian glared at her. You'll be a woman in the future, and you'll be like your mother. It's so troublesome to go out. Nonsense, my mother isn't that troublesome. Gu Xinian said, Auntie isn't that troublesome. Auntie has to dress up for an hour before going out. That's because my mother is beautiful, humph. Sigh, there's nothing to talk about with women anyway. Hey, your sister is out. Just then, they saw Gu Xiuan stumbling out of the room with the nanny. Although the 2-year-old child had already learned to walk, his steps always gave people a sense of unsteadiness. The servant pulled him from behind, but Shi Yuan still fell to the ground. The servant quickly tried to pull the child up. Chapter 1263. Alright, I'll do it. Gu Xinian had already run over. He frowned and carried Gu Xiuan. Gu Xiuan was plump and Gu Xinian carried her as if she was a meatball. The helper hurriedly said, Young master, I'm sorry, we didn't notice. Gu Xinian waved his hand. Gu Xiuan climbed onto his body. Brother, he he. She couldn't speak properly and kept calling out to him. Her voice sounded weird. Gu Xinian frowned. It's brother. Yes, he he. Gu Xiuan saw the delicious cake and struggled to get down. Gu Xinian could only follow. Gu Xiuan picked up a cake with her chubby hands and stuffed it into her mouth. On the other side, 2 7- or 8-year-old kids laughed when they saw Gu Xiuan's expression. Gu Xiuan's face was so ugly that he dropped the cake on the ground before he could finish it. One of the children immediately picked up the cake and tried to trick Gu Xiuan. Eat, hurry up and eat. This kind of dirty food is the best. Gu Xiuan was too young and naturally didn't understand, so she went over to pick it up. At that moment, Gu Xinian slammed the cake on the ground. The 2 children jumped in fright. They raised their heads and noticed Gu Xinian's sharp gaze. He was coldly staring at the 2 children who were taller than him. We. The 2 older children were clearly frightened by Gu Xinian. Pick it up and eat it yourself, Gu Xinian said fiercely. One of the children blushed. What are you doing? We were just teasing her. Gu Xinian picked up Gu Xiuan and picked up a piece of fresh cake. He carefully removed the fruit that was too big and coaxed her to eat it. Eat this, don't eat the dirty things on the ground. With that, Gu Xiuan stepped on the cake and looked at the 2 of them. Didn't you say that the dirty ones taste good? Eat them now. The 2 children's expressions changed. They were not as sophisticated as the adults. They looked at Gu Xinian and shouted, What are you doing? I'm going to call my mother. You're bullying me. Gu Xinian said, I'm bullying you. Li Wei followed behind and said, "Who told you to bully Gu Xiuan?" "That's Gu Shinian's precious little sister." They really didn't want to live anymore, daring to bully Gu Shinian's sister in front of him. Although Gu Shinian always said that women were troublesome, he definitely spoiled Gu Xiuan. Anyone who dared to touch Gu Shiyuan would definitely die. The child was so frightened by Gu Shinian that he started crying. As he cried, he ran inside and shouted, "Mommy, Gu Shinian is bullying me. Sob sob sob, he wants me to eat something that he stepped on. I won't eat it, it's so dirty." "What?" The clansmen on the other side were also very surprised when they heard this. Then, he looked at Gu Shinian, who was standing there with his little sister who was still stuffing herself with food. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, not giving any face at all, just like his father. However, he actually wanted their child to eat a cake that had been stepped on. That was too much, wasn't it? She immediately pulled the child over and lectured him like a child. "Nian Nian, children can't be so bad. How can you let your brother eat a cake that you stepped on? You're embarrassing your parents. How did your brother offend you? Even if you're unhappy, you can't bully him like this." Gu Shinian snorted coldly, "He has to eat it now. Nian Nian, I'm going to teach you a lesson on your mother's behalf. You child. Even if our child is the child of our clan's in-laws, he's not someone you can bully. Do you think I'm still around?" When the child saw that his parents were on his side, he immediately stuck out his tongue at Gu Shinian. "Oh, I do indeed think that you're not here. Moreover, he has to eat it today." As he said this, he suddenly called for his bodyguard. "Bring the food to him." Seeing that he had actually called for his bodyguard, the mother became anxious again. However, it was true that not everyone had bodyguards. As a female member of the Gu clan, she did not have the qualifications to have bodyguards, so no one came to help her. Looking at the child, she cried out in shock, "Aya, is there anyone who can stop me? Is Gu Shinian trying to kill me?" At this moment, the child's father also realized what was going on. Compared to the child's mother, the child's father's expression immediately changed when he saw Gu Shinian. "Nian Nian, what happened?" He pulled his wife and son to his side and glared at her, signaling her to shut up. Gu Shinian said, "Lingzi picked up the food on the ground and gave it to Shiyuan to eat. He even said that dirty food tastes good, so I'm going to fulfill his wish this once." The man's expression changed. "It's our fault. We didn't teach our son well." He went up and pulled out the child who was hiding behind. "You child, hurry up and apologize to me." "Aya, why did you hit the child?" The mother was extremely distressed. He pulled the child out and said, "Hurry up and apologize to me." The child was crying, but he was also frightened by his father's expression. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." Gu Shinian looked at him and waved at his bodyguard. The bodyguard came over and cleaned up the mess. Gu Shinian pulled Gu Xiuan. "Let's go. What else do you want to eat?" "Ice cream." "Let's go. I'll take you to eat ice cream." Gu Shinian left with Gu Xiuan. The child's mother was gritting her teeth in anger. "You're really good. You're so afraid of a child. Are you crazy? He's Gu Jing's child. So what? He can't humiliate people like that." The child's mother covered her child angrily. Her heart ached. "What do you know? Recently, he has started to contact the Gu family's business with Lin Che. He even attended the shareholders' meeting. Do you think your child can compare to him? This kid is ruthless. He has already fired a gun and seen blood at such a young age. Do you want to die?" The child's mother trembled when she heard this. She pouted and said, "It's all because of his poor upbringing. Our child can't be like this when he's young. Humph, your child wants it. You have to have his status and intelligence. You can't let your child try. He can't even recognize words. Humph, he'll be a laughing stock. Lin Che heard about this very soon. After the bodyguard told her, she waved her hand and asked them to leave. She said to Gu Jingze, Nian Nian really spoils Xiuan. I really didn't know that he was such a brother. At first, she was worried that Gu Xinian didn't seem to like girls. However, what Gu Xinian did in the end was really shocking. Not only did he spoil Gu Xiuan more and more, but he also almost became lawless. Chapter 1264. This wasn't a sudden discovery. It was a gradual process. Gu Xinian would take special care of his little sister. No matter what his sister did, he would agree to it. It seemed that even though Gu Xiuan was young, she was very smart. She knew how to read people's expressions. When he doted on her, she would ask for food from the side. She didn't do it in a long-winded manner. Instead, she would ask carefully, "Brother, is it delicious?" She didn't know many words, but she remembered food very well. Gu Xinian didn't say anything, so she kept asking, "Is it delicious?" Gu Xinian had no choice but to share everything with her. After that, when she saw other people eating, she would ask Gu Xinian pitifully, "Is it delicious?" Gu Xinian was such a cold person, yet he had to go over and ask for food for his sister. The two children were very sweet to watch. Every time Lin Che did this, he felt that he had made the right decision to give birth to them. Gu Xinian, who had been too independent and weak in relationships, now had a new person to rely on. His emotions became richer and richer. At this moment, a servant said that the birthday party was ready. Lin Che and Gu Jingze went out together. When they were outside, they pulled Gu Xiuan, who was dressed like a little princess. But this little princess was a little fat. Actually, children were cute when they were fat. Because Gu Xiuan had a big appetite, she looked round and round like a meatball. Her face looked very similar to Gu Jingze's. She was a beauty since she was young. Her eyes were big and round, her mouth was small and cute. She had double eyelids and long eyelashes. She didn't need any accessories, but her lips were red and her teeth were white. Of course, her teeth had just grown out, so they looked very small. She walked in with Lin Che. She was still young, but she already looked very stylish. Of course, it could also be because everyone knew that she was Gu Jingze's daughter, so they subconsciously looked at her. Lin Che looked at the place. The decorations were so big. There was a porch decorated with flowers. One after another, there were countless fresh flowers. It looked like a lot of effort had been put in. Lin Che sighed. Actually, this wasn't a birthday party for a child. It was more like a social event for adults. She could hear someone saying, "Look at his daughter's birthday party." She was indeed born with a silver spoon in her mouth. If you're jealous, you can have a child with Gu Jingze. No luck. Lin Che also felt that this birthday party was a little too big, but it was the goodwill of his relatives. They paid for it, so Lin Che couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, the children were still young and did not understand. Next time, he had to tell them that there was no need to spend so much money. Everyone could just treat it as a normal meal. She didn't think it was bad for children to grow up with such vanity. It was only right that Gu Xinian doted on her. He was her older brother, so no matter how much he doted on his little sister, it would never be too much. However, it wouldn't be right for outsiders to spoil them too. Happy birthday. The child is too beautiful. She will definitely be a great beauty in the future. So cute. Meaty. What are you eating? You look so cute. Everyone's praises were true. Looking at the child, they couldn't help but feel that genes were really good. Her parents were beautiful, and she definitely wouldn't be ugly in the future. At that time, she would definitely be popular with many men. Just look at how her mother was now a seductress that many men were infatuated with. In the future, her child wouldn't be bad either. However, at this moment, Gu Jingze, you said that you would marry me. Why didn't you come to marry me? A voice suddenly sounded at the door. Everyone was a little surprised. When he turned his head, he suddenly saw a madman. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in a foul stench. Wherever he went, there were people covering their noses and running away from him. Just like that, he charged in, shocking everyone. Who is that? Why did a madwoman run in? Who is she calling? Lin Che was stunned. That Mo Huiling. Suddenly, she looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was still standing at the side, frowning and looking at her with a face full of surprise. He didn't recognize Mo Huiling because he had completely lost his memory. Mo Huiling was now crazy. However, when she saw Gu Jingze, her originally dirty eyes lit up and she immediately rushed towards him. Jingze. I knew that you still love me. This is our wedding, right? Are you going to marry me? Gu Jingze stood there, watching without moving an inch. At this moment, there was already a bodyguard who went up to stop Mo Huiling and dragged her out. However, at this moment, stop. Today is a birthday party. Why are you so violent? Xue Mingqi walked over and looked at Gu Jingze. Jingze, do you know who this is? Seeing this, Lin Che took a step forward. Just as he was about to speak, Xue Mingqi was already prepared. Lin Che, what are you doing? This is Gu Jingze's business. You don't need to say anything. Xue Mingqi, what are you doing? Lin Che looked at her. Xue Mingqi snorted. Why? Do you think that Gu Jingze can't even call out this woman's name, so you want to stop him? Lin Che's eyes widened. Xue Mingqi indeed knew. Lin Che's lips curled up. What are you talking about? Xue Mingqi said, Everyone, I recently heard that Gu Jingze lost his memory. What? How is that possible? Lost his memory? It doesn't seem like it. There was an uproar in the hall. Xue Mingqi looked at Lin Che. And this woman, hiding the news of Gu Jingze's memory loss, has been using the emperor to order the nobles. Now, the Gu family is no longer surnamed Gu, but Lin. Lin Che's expression changed slightly. Xue Mingqi said, Don't you think so? Lin Che said, The Gu family will still be surnamed Gu. Xue Mingqi said, It's useless for you to say all this now. I just want to ask you, did he lose his memory? Gu Jingze watched from the side. Lin Che stood with Gu Jingze. Xue Mingqi said, It's fine if you don't say it. Let Gu Jingze tell us what this woman's name is. Lin Che said, Now, in order to frame us, you even brought Mo Huiling to the child's birthday party. She directly called out her name. Xue Mingqi's eyes widened. Lin Che, you called out her name on purpose. Lin Che played dumb. Oh. Why didn't I know? Xue Mingqi narrowed her eyes. But even if you called out her name, it only proves that you have a guilty conscience. Gu Jingze clearly lost his memory, but you actually hid it from everyone. What are you planning? Lin Che said, I still don't know what you're talking about. It's useless for you to play dumb now. We want you to leave the Gu family now. Chapter 1265. Lin Che was standing in the middle. She didn't know why, but she didn't have anything to fear. She just looked at these people, and her thoughts were unexpectedly calm. They were not going to do anything to Gu Jingze. They were going to drive her away. To be exact, Xue Mingqi didn't want her to do anything to the Gu Corporation. She wanted to use this opportunity to expand her reputation and power, so she was eager to drive her out of the Gu Corporation. Actually, she didn't really want to control the Gu Corporation. But Gu Jingze had lost his memory and couldn't remember some things. He didn't know what he could trust and what he couldn't, so Lin Che needed to stay by his side to help him. But if it wasn't necessary, she wouldn't stay in the Gu Corporation. Xue Mingqi looked at Lin Che. What's wrong? You don't want to leave, do you? Xue Mingqi said, we don't want you to do anything to us. As long as you leave, we will believe that you didn't coerce the emperor. Otherwise, how can you prove that you are not interested in the Gu Corporation? Lin Che looked at them silently and nodded. Okay, I'm leaving. Xue Mingqi saw that she finally said that she was leaving. Suddenly, she relaxed a lot. Xue Mingqi said, we are not targeting you. We just want to ensure the safety of the Gu Corporation. I hope you understand. But at this moment, on the other side, Mo Huiling, who had just been restrained by someone, suddenly looked over and screamed. Ah, you are Lin Che. You are Lin Che. Yes, you are Lin Che. When Mo Huiling saw the enemy she hated, she suddenly had the strength to push the people around her away and ran towards Lin Che. Her speed was very fast. She grabbed a fork from a Western-style plate and stabbed it at Lin Che. Lin Che felt a flash of cold light. The feeling of being on the verge of death was suffocating. However, at this moment, someone suddenly pulled her aside. Then, the fork made a squelching sound. Ah! Gu Jingze, President Gu, what's wrong with the master? Get this crazy woman out of here. Lin Che saw blood flowing from Gu Jingze's waist. The people around him immediately rushed over. Mo Huiling was carried out by them. Gu Jingze was surrounded and immediately covered his waist. Lin Che was so frightened that he hurriedly grabbed his hand and helped him hold the fork so that it wouldn't move. Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, don't scare me. Are you okay? I'll call the doctor right away. The people around him were stunned. No one moved. They just stared at Gu Jingze. Lin Che raised his head and shouted, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get the doctor ready. Only then did everyone react. In the hospital, the doctors were treating the patients urgently. Lin Che watched from the side. He didn't even notice that half of his shawl had fallen off his shoulders. On one side, Li Mingyu walked over. He straightened her shawl. I'm sorry. He looked at Lin Che. I didn't notice that Mo Huiling was taken away. Lin Che looked at him. How was she taken away? I haven't been in America recently. He said, they were a little lax in their management. They only dared to tell me after she went missing for a day. When I found out, I also went looking for her everywhere. I didn't expect that she had been brought here by the Gu clan. Lin Che said, it's not your fault. She was just a little tired. She leaned against the wall and looked inside. Li Mingyu looked at her pretty face. There was a little sadness and worry. His heart ached a little. Lin Che, don't worry too much. I know. Gu Jingze will be fine. Yeah, he's injured too many times. I'm a little tired. I feel that every time he gets injured, I have to worry like this. It's very tiring. Li Mingyu sighed and walked over. It's lonely at the top. Yes, it was lonely at the top. She looked at Li Mingyu calmly. That expression really made Li Mingyu suddenly feel that he could really give up the whole world for her just to get a smile from her. He said, I must get rid of this Shuemingqi. How dare she come to my place to steal people? Alright, how are you going to get rid of her? If you don't want to start a war, then don't do anything rash. He said, do I, Li Mingyu, look like someone who is afraid of war? But I am. Lin Che looked at him. I don't want to see anyone around me get injured or even die. Okay. If you don't like it, then don't do it. I won't kill her directly. I'll play with her slowly. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. This Li Mingyu. At this moment, Mr. Gu is fine. The doctor came out sweating profusely. Lin Che walked over immediately. Are his internal organs not hurt? Yes, Mr. Gu is very lucky. His liver was hurt a little, but luckily it's fine. Lin Che took a deep breath. The liver's healing ability is still very good. Don't worry. Lin Che said, where is he? He's still unconscious. Lin Che walked in and came to Gu Jing's side. He saw that white bandages were wrapped around his body. She sighed and sat down. Holding his hand, she took a deep breath. Gu Jingze, you must wake up well. At this moment, Gu Jingze slowly opened his eyes. Gu Jingze, you're awake, Lin Che. He frowned slightly. Lin Che said, yeah, I'm here. I was scared to death just now. Gu Jingze said, where is this? Where's Enlon? She drugged me. When I escaped. Phew, her people should be chasing after me. Lin Che was stunned. Enlon, what was he talking about? Lin Che came back to his senses and said in surprise, Gu Jingze, you remember. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che said, did you forget what happened these few days? You came back from country M a long time ago. I went to find you and then you lost your memory. Gu Jing's eyes paused, as if he was slowly recovering his memory. I remember now. That's right. It just felt like a dream. So it wasn't a dream. Lin Che was extremely excited. Although it wasn't a bad thing when he lost his memory, it was still something that he had lost. Now that he could suddenly remember after being stimulated, of course she was excited. Lin Che said, it's enough that you can recover. She slowly held his hand and looked at him as she said. A moment later, outside. Gu Jingze was helped out. Shuemingqi looked at him and thought to herself that he was really lucky. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. Qin Hao, remove the group of security guards outside. From now on, I will personally take care of the security at home. Everyone was stunned. Gu Jingze covered his wound with one hand and his eyes were cold. Unlike before, he was now. He was like a sword that had just been unsheathed, completely fierce. Chapter 1266. Shuemingqi's eyes widened. Master, you, Gu Jingze looked at her. Who let him wheeling in just now? Shuemingqi shuddered under his gaze. Gu Jingze sneered. The security guards outside can't even handle this. They allowed a lunatic to come into our house and hurt people. Who are these security guards from? Everyone fell silent and looked at each other. This banquet was organized by the clan members. Naturally, the security guards outside were also from the clan members. At this moment, Shuemingqi looked at him. Master, have you regained your memory? Gu Jingze looked at her. Shuemingqi, you've put in so much effort to chase my wife out of the Gu family. You should know better than me why you're doing this. You want the position of the matriarch. Your wild ambition is clear as day. Shuemingqi immediately said, Master, what does this have to do with me? I was just pushed by everyone to compete for the position of the matriarch. It's all because Lin Che has been spoiled by you that we don't feel safe. As the master, the first thing you should do is to increase the security of the Gu family so that we can work together. But now, because of this woman, the Gu family is in deep trouble. We want her to leave the Gu family because we're worried and afraid. Our trust in you is decreasing. I don't want the position of the matriarch. I don't want anything else, but I want Lin Che to leave all the Gu family's businesses. Everyone felt that Shuemingqi's words made sense. Suddenly, many people started shouting. We want her to leave. That's right. We want her to leave the Gu family. Otherwise, we won't be able to accept it. We can't trust the master either. She's so biased. We can't change our minds even if she's here. Lin Che stood at the back and looked at everyone. Slowly, he took a step forward. However, her arm was still held down by Gu Jingze. All right, since you've all said so. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and interlocked their fingers. He lowered his head and looked at her. His eyes were full of love. He looked at her indifferently and his fingers tightened. I'll leave the Gu family. The entire place fell silent, as if it was the end of the world. What? He'll leave the Gu family. How can he leave? Everyone looked at Gu Jingze. Jingze, don't be rash. That's right, Jingze, are you threatening us? Gu Jingze looked at everyone and said, No, I've already made up my mind. I'll withdraw from the Gu Corporation and resign from my position as the head of the family. From now on, I, Gu Jingze, have nothing to do with the Gu Corporation. Please don't disturb my wife and I anymore. Lin Che was surprised. She looked up at Gu Jingze. His side profile was filled with determination. It was as if he had decided for a long time and would not change his mind. Lin Che didn't know what to say. He just quietly held his hand. Gu Jingze turned to look at her and smiled. He said, I'll take away what belongs to me. I won't take anything that doesn't belong to me. From now on, Gu's has nothing to do with me. I also hope that everyone can have a meteoric rise in the future. Without me, everyone can be more united and work together. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. After saying this, Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che up, turned around and walked out. Everyone was terrified, and for a moment, they were at a loss. How could he say he didn't want it? The Gu Corporation was such a big business. Was he going to let it go just like that? Just because of a woman? Jingze, you can't just wash your hands of this. Jingze, you're too impulsive. Let's discuss this. The Gu clan members were a little flustered. After all, such a thing had never happened before. They didn't know what they should do if there was no one to be the head of the family. This kind of chaos had not happened in the Gu family for many years. They really couldn't get used to it. In particular, Gu Jingze's prestige in society and in the international arena was incomparable to anyone else's. They didn't really want Gu Jingze to give up just like that. At this moment, Shuemingqi stood up and said, Okay, the head of the family might be angry for a moment. Let's not be impatient about this. We'll take our time to think about it and find someone to persuade him. Hearing Shuemingqi's words, everyone felt that it made sense. Who would let go of the Gu family's great family business? Shuemingqi looked at everyone and then at Gu Jingze, who had already left. She couldn't control the thoughts in her heart anymore. When they returned to the Shui family, Shuemingqi hurriedly said, Father, Gu Jingze has resigned from his position as the head of the family. There's no one left to support the Gu family now. Isn't this a good opportunity? Father Shui had just heard the report from his subordinates. Father Shui said, "What do you mean? You want to do it?" Shui Mingqi said, "Because I'm not born in the main family, I've always felt that it's unfair. How am I inferior to those men? Why can I only be the mistress of the family and not the head of the family? Father, help me. I'll definitely be able to sit in that position. When that time comes, the Gu family will be our world, and the Gu family's surname will be Shui." Father Shui looked at Shui Mingqi's smug expression and hesitated. He said, "Mingqi, you need to know one thing. After Gu Jingze leaves, the Gu family will no longer be the same." Shui Mingqi said, "I know. Gu Jingze will naturally take away his own business, but it's still not as big as the entire Gu family's business." "That's right. However, the Gu family's own business cannot be underestimated. The entire Gu family's business is the headquarters of all the Gu family members, including the three main families. That's why it's so big. However, the main family's business is the biggest, while the rest are scattered. That's why the Gu family status is so high. Now that Gu Jingze has taken away a portion of it, the remaining portion is scattered, and it's not easy to manage." Shui Mingqi said, "The portion that Gu Jingze took away is only a larger portion of the Gu family's business, so it's the biggest in the entire Gu family. However, after he takes away a portion of it, it's definitely not as big as the entire Gu family's business. Therefore, we're still the biggest. Although it's scattered and difficult to manage, if someone can unify it, even though it won't be as big as the Gu family in the past, it'll still be one of the few families in the world. Therefore, why can't we give it a try? This is definitely a good opportunity. Whether or not our Shui family can hold our heads high and become superior, and we don't need to look at other people's faces anymore, depends on this." Father Shui was naturally very interested in what Shui Mingqi said. Who didn't want to become superior? Shui Mingqi said, "Right now, the Gu family is in chaos. At this time, if I, Shui Jian, can take the lead, then the world will belong to my Shui family in the future." Shui Mingqi's father looked at Shui Mingqi and slowly clenched his fists. Success or failure depended on this. At worst, they would just fail. However, if they succeeded, as Shui Mingqi had said, the status of their family would not be the same anymore. Chapter 1267. Father Shui looked at her. "Okay, go do it." Shui Mingqi's face lit up when she received her father's affirmation. At that moment, Gu Jingze divided up the Gu family's businesses and had people take away the things that belonged to the direct descendants of the Gu family. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, watching him silently from behind. He gave orders in an orderly manner, standing in that position like a king. She had sat in that position before. She knew that it was not an exaggeration to say that sitting there was a multitude of things to deal with. Although it was a busy place with great responsibilities, it also gave people a sense of honor. Gu Jingze was born with the ability to handle so many things and manage such a huge business. He also had this responsibility. He had been recognized as the successor of the Gu family since he was young. But now, he had to leave this family. Lin Che's heart ached for him, and she couldn't bear to see him leave. He should be the king here. If he were to leave just like that, he would feel terrible. Lin Che looked at him. Gu Jingze. He looked up and smiled at Lin Che. What is it? Lin Che got up and walked over. She gently supported him. Is this okay? If you leave the Gu family, your position as the patriarch. If I'm not the patriarch of the Gu family, will you still be with me? He held her hand and kissed it lightly. Lin Che said, Of course I will. Am I with you because you're the patriarch? Gu Jingze smiled. So, even if I leave the Gu family, so what? If I'm not in the Gu family, so be it. It doesn't matter. Lin Che said, I don't want you to regret it in the future. I won't regret it as long as you're by my side. He smiled at her. Lin Che hugged him. Whether you're the patriarch of the Gu family or not, you'll always be the strongest person in my heart. There's nothing you can't do. There's no man in this world who can be more powerful than you. She looked at him. Even if you're no longer the ruler of this world, you're still the king in my heart. Gu Jingze looked at her, smiled, and patted her shoulder. Lin Che said, all right, do you need me to do anything? Gu Jingze said, I need you to be my wife, Lin Che. Now that I've left the Gu family, I don't have so many things to deal with. I hope we can hold our wedding. Lin Che was stunned. How long has it been? Their second child, Shi Yuan, was already 2 years old. There was no need to hold a wedding. Gu Jingze said, I've always said that I want to give you a proper wedding, but I never had the chance. Now, I have the chance. We have a lot of time to plan our own wedding. I hope to give you a wedding that I can give you. It's not like the wedding of the Gu family in the past. It's the wedding of the head of the Gu family. This wedding is my wedding with you. Lin Che's heart warmed. He looked at Gu Jingze and felt touched that he was still thinking about this matter. Blushing, she said, do what you want. He kissed her forehead. I want to give you an unforgettable wedding. I will prepare this wedding well. You just need to be happy with your bride. The two of them hugged and leaned on each other. After a long time, he continued to call for people to sort out the documents. The news that Gu Jingze was going to leave the Gu family and resign from his position as the head of the family had spread in the circle. However, the Gu family had purposely blocked this news, so most people did not know about it. The Gu family was still in chaos. The family was divided into 2 factions. One faction wanted to persuade Gu Jingze to come back, while the other wanted to choose another head of the family. Although the Gu family was one and shared honor and disgrace, the family's businesses had always been managed by the family itself. It was only in principle that they had to be in line with the rest of the Gu family. So even if Gu Jingze resigned from his position, the Gu family would be without a leader, but there wouldn't be too much trouble. After Gu Jingze divided the family's businesses, the Gu family seemed a little weak. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Gu family was still the most powerful family in Country C. During the family meeting, the issue of the head of the family was brought up. Someone said, Jingze was too impulsive this time. What's the big deal if he leaves the Gu family? He used to be the most powerful person in the entire C country. If he leaves the Gu family, he'll have nothing. He'll be nothing. Think about it carefully, he won't leave so easily. I think he'll come back. That's right. Does he think that our family can't survive without him? He thinks too highly of himself. Is he waiting for us to beg him to come back? That's impossible. On the contrary, if he wants to come back now, he will have to ask for our opinions. The people on the other side looked at them with disdain. They said it as if Gu Jingze would starve to death if he was alone outside. Everyone sat together and recommended someone who was suitable for the position for the time being. Among them, many of the clan members recommended Xue Mingqi. After all, Xue Mingqi was their representative now. Moreover, the Xue family might have secretly given them a lot of benefits. Therefore, Xue Mingqi should be the one with the most support. However, because the family that wanted Gu Jingze to come back did not agree, there was no news about it. All the matters in the headquarters were now handled by several families together. It was a little chaotic. Xue Mingqi was also among these families, handling the affairs in the headquarters. She looked at the office in the headquarters. It did not look that eye-catching from the outside, but it was like an underground palace on the inside. She looked at it. She wondered if it was because this place represented the highest power in the Gu family, so every corner of this place seemed to be exuding extreme nobility. She could not help but be fascinated by it. Especially when she thought of how Gu Jingze used to sit in this office chair, commanding thousands of troops and horses, and how many people in the Gu family worked hard to carry out his orders. That was really something to look forward to. She seemed to be eager to ascend to that position and make everyone in the Gu family bow down to her. That feeling of being an emperor was really satisfying to her. In the future, would her name, Xuemingqi, be spread in the business world, just like the rumors about Gu Jingze? Would there be many people who would tremble in fear when they heard her name? Would there be people who would say that she was cruel and merciless, but they could not help but be subdued by her power? Thinking of how Gu Jingze was like this in the past, she felt that she would be like this when she sat in this position. Chapter 1268. Xuemingqi looked at the security guards outside. After Gu Jingze withdrew his own security guards, they were all new. They were hired by the Gu family and were not familiar with the place, so they looked more immature than the previous security guards in the headquarters. However, some of them were also here. In the past, Gu Jingze's security guards were not the only ones in the headquarters. There were also some security guards left by the Gu family. However, because they were on the Gu family side, Gu Jingze could not take them away. They could only watch Gu Jingze leave, which made them feel a little awkward. After all, they were the people who had protected Gu Jingze in the past. Now that Gu Jingze had left, they were not welcomed by the Gu family because they had protected Gu Jingze. They must have suspected that these people were already loyal to Gu Jingze, and Gu Jingze would never take them away, because they were on the Gu family side. So, looking at these new people, they couldn't help but feel that they were childish. When Gu Jingze was still here, they were not qualified to enter the headquarters. But now, the Gu family was short of people, so some of them who had just finished their training were sent here. Xuemingqi looked at them and called these old people in. She had long wanted to have her own bodyguards, but they were not qualified. In the past, when she saw Gu Jingze's bodyguards were so powerful, absolutely loyal, and put their master first wherever they went, she was extremely jealous. But at that time, if she had said that she wanted bodyguards, she would have become a laughing stock. The Gu family would not have trained bodyguards for them, and it would have exposed her ambition. So, Xuemingqi could only envy them in her heart, and did not dare to say anything. But now, it was different. Gu Jingze had left, and she could definitely ask the Gu family to manage the headquarters. So, she immediately looked at the security guards in the house, but found that none of them could compare to Gu Jingze's bodyguards, be it in ability or experience. This kind of bodyguard was just a bodyguard in name. It was no different from ordinary security guards. She looked at them again and again, and still felt that the security guards in the headquarters were the best. She also understood that the people chosen by Gu Jingze were definitely different from the others. They must have been selected after many rounds of selection, and naturally, they were much better than the others. She quickly called everyone into the office and said with a smile, "Congratulations. I'm telling you now that you've become bodyguards. From now on, you're no longer ordinary security guards. You have your own organization, your own responsibilities, and your own missions." In the Gu family, becoming a bodyguard was a great honor. This was because only the strongest people were at the peak of their training and practical operations. That was why he was chosen to be a bodyguard. Becoming a bodyguard also meant that you were the strongest. So when she said that she wanted them to be her bodyguards, she directly said, "Congratulations." However, the people in front of him looked at each other without any joy on their faces. There was no reaction at all. Xuemingqi said, "What? Don't you want this kind of glory?" However, looking at the arrogant Xuemingqi, everyone's faces were filled with disdain. Miss Xue, whose bodyguards are we? The Gu clan no longer has a clan leader. Xue Mingqi said, there is no patriarch now, but there will be one in the future. Then let's wait until we have chosen a family head in the future. Xue Mingqi's expression changed. What do you mean by this? The person in front said, bodyguards serve the clan leader and the person whom the clan leader has ordered. After coming out of the training camp, the first master that follows is the master for life. We don't have a clan leader now, and we didn't just come out of the training camp, so we're not suitable. Xue Mingqi said, those rules are set by people, so naturally they can be changed by people. Then what's the point? You can just order us to be security guards. This kind of bodyguard was no longer the strongest bodyguard in the past. Xue Mingqi looked at these people, and could clearly feel that their attitude towards her was clearly filled with disdain. They didn't have that much respect at all. Xue Mingqi slammed the table, you guys look clearly. Right now, the Gu clan has no clan leader, but we are still your masters. The Gu clan has not dispersed, and I, Xue Mingqi, am also one of the current leaders. They snorted, but you're not Mr. Gu. You guys don't want to do it anymore, do you? This kind of place isn't suitable for us to stay, he said. Xue Mingqi's face was livid. She couldn't believe that they would roll their eyes at her when she offered to promote them out of goodwill. Especially since she wasn't the only one with such an expression. Almost everyone else had the same expression. They all said one after another, that's right, not Mr. Gu, the people outside are all sissies who have just come out of the training camp. It's too boring. Such weak people have the nerve to come to the headquarters. The headquarters is no longer the headquarters of the past. That's right, there's no point for us to stay here anymore. Let's just resign and go look for Mr. Gu. Alright, let's go look for Mr. Gu. The group of people started to make a ruckus. Xue Mingqi was really shocked. Not to mention the other things, just the remuneration alone was extremely attractive, and they actually wanted to resign to look for Gu Jingze. Was there something wrong with them? Sigh, you guys. Xue Mingqi clenched her teeth. Alright, you guys go and look for Gu Jingze. He's not the Gu Jingze of the past anymore. He's no longer the Gu clan's clan master, he's just an ordinary rich man. Compared to the Gu clan, he's nothing. In the future, the Gu clan will definitely target him and squeeze out all that he has now. If you guys go with him, don't even think about having the honor and rewards you have here anymore. When the time comes, you'll all be left with nothing. The few of them snorted and looked at Xue Mingqi. We'd be willing to starve if we were to follow Mr. Gu. Exactly, who do you think Mr. Gu is? Do you think everyone can become Gu Jingze? It's you idiots. If there's someone stronger than Mr. Gu, I'd have to kneel before him. All of you together can't even compare to Mr. Gu, yet you still want to fight against him. As they spoke, they took off their uniforms and badges and threw them aside. Without Mr. Gu, the Gu family's badges are useless. They threw them down and walked out. Xue Mingqi was left behind, looking coldly at the badges and clothes on the ground. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Gu Jingze had nothing to do at home. After leaving the Gu family, he accompanied Lin Che to her company. Lin Che said, "There's nothing wrong with the game now, but I almost got into a lawsuit." Gu Jingze said, "With your intelligence, it's possible that you didn't think too much." Chapter 1269. Fuck, it's Xue Mingqi who's too scheming. Gu Jingze smirked and shook his head. Lin Che introduced the place to Gu Jingze as he walked in. This is the office area, that's the technical area, and this is the copywriting area. Looks like there are quite a lot of people here. Yeah, at first it was just our own studio with just a few people. Later on, we needed more people, so we hired more people. Recently, Gu Jingze had lost his memory, so he didn't mention some things to her. When Lin Che started a company in the past, he often gave her a lot of suggestions. Whenever she was free, she would ask Gu Jingze at home, and he would enlighten her. It could be said that the success of the game was inseparable from Gu Jingze's help. However, after Gu Jingze lost his memory, he didn't remember that she started a company, so he naturally wouldn't ask her about these things. In the meantime, the number of people in the company increased. This time, they hired quite a number of new people to help with copywriting and technical work. The original studio was also divided into a few departments. Among them, KG was the technical director. Now, everyone called him CEO K. Crooked Neck was the team leader, and he was also in charge of some other business. Seeing Lin Che and Gu Jingze walk in, although everyone was curious as to who that person was, they didn't dare to ask. They only felt that with his outstanding looks, he might be in the same industry as Lin Che. Then he would definitely become famous in the future. Looking at him, he was so good-looking that it took one's breath away. Only inside, Crooked Neck looked up. When he saw Gu Jingze, he knocked over the cup in his hand. His roommate, who was also a technical supervisor, exclaimed, "Fuck, I just wrote the code. If you break the computer, I'll definitely eat you up." "Fuck, I just wrote the code." Crooked Neck said, "What code?" "Really, look who's here." Crooked Neck hurriedly cleared his throat and stood up. Only then did the people at the side see that Lin Che had brought someone over. But who was this person? Who is it? Who is it? Get lost. It's the Almighty anyway. Move aside. Crooked Neck hurriedly walked over. "Sister Che, this must be brother-in-law." This was brother-in-law. How affectionate. Lin Che almost spat out her saliva. She looked at Gu Jingze, who didn't have any reaction at all. He seemed to be enjoying being called brother-in-law. Although his face was still expressionless, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. She knew it was a sign that he was in a good mood. Lin Che glared at the Crooked Neck. However, Crooked Neck was in a very good mood. Calling Gu Jingze brother-in-law was a title that many people were jealous of. He never thought that he would have such a day. "This way please, brother-in-law." Sister Che has a blissful look on her face every day when you're mentioned. I'm so envious. I finally got to see brother-in-law in person today. Is brother-in-law here to help Sister Che inspect? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, and Lin Che quickly lowered his head. He really wanted to say that this Crooked Neck was really a daily bootlicker. He was too used to it. When did she bring it up every day? She clearly didn't mention it. Gu Jingze curled up the corner of his lips. He knew his wife very well. Lin Che wasn't the type of person who would mention him for no reason. On the contrary, because she was worried that it would affect him negatively, she almost never mentioned her husband. She had always been independent and didn't act like a little woman outside. However, he didn't expose Crooked Neck's bootlicker. He only smiled and looked at the guilty Lin Che. Lin Che said, "All right, Crooked Neck, stop talking nonsense." She patted Crooked Neck's arm and chuckled. "I'm so excited to see brother-in-law, aren't I?" Gu Jingze looked inside and said, "Looks like it's developing well." This not bad was really against his will. Lin Che thought. In the Gu Corporation's building, there were more than 100 people in a department, and their small studio didn't even have 100 people. This office was also an ordinary simple office. It couldn't be compared to the Gu Corporation's completely modern office, which looked very high-end everywhere. However, they were very satisfied here, especially Crooked Neck and the others. Now that they had their own office, they could work independently and didn't have to squeeze behind a small desk to write code. If they wanted to eat, there would be someone to cook in the small kitchen at the back. Downstairs of the company was the cafeteria, and there would be someone to prepare food for them at any time. It wasn't like the past when they were in the school dormitory, writing code until late at night and only eating instant noodles to appease their hunger. So they were very satisfied now. Crooked Neck said, Sister Che's arrangements are very good. These are all done by Sister Che. We're enjoying life with Sister Che. Lin Che glared at him. You're flattering me again. Crooked Neck said, Am I serious? Sister Che, look, we all have our own employees now, not to mention KG. He's even the director now. But I think he's not used to being called Boss K. When people call him that, he hides inside to write code. TSK. But among us, he's the only one who likes an independent office the most. Look, he hides inside every day. Lin Che saw that he was still in the office outside. There was an office inside, but he didn't go in, so he asked him, Why don't you go to the office inside? Crooked Neck said, We prefer to be noisy outside. If it's too quiet inside, we won't be able to write. It's good for everyone to write code and talk to each other. There's only one person inside, and we don't know what to say after writing for a while. We're not KG, who likes to be alone and not talk. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He still liked how real they were, without any pretense. They were so noisy, but they had a good relationship instead. Just then, they walked towards KG's office. Opening the door, Crooked Neck immediately said, KG, boss, look who's here. KG turned around. When he saw Gu Jingze, his gaze paused for a moment. Then, his gaze shifted to Lin Che, who was beside him. His gaze swept from Lin Che to Gu Jingze. The look in his eyes changed before he stood up. Crooked Neck was still saying, Mr. Gu's visit to our office really brings light to our humble dwelling. I saw those young ladies looking over here just now. Look, once Mr. Gu came, the young ladies in the office didn't even look at me anymore. They used to be my loyal supporters, but now they can't. I think their eyes are about to fly over to me. Gu Jingze smiled and didn't say a word, listening to Crooked Neck ramble on. KG stared at Gu Jingze. Mr. Gu. Gu Jingze also looked at KG. For a moment, he didn't know how far the two of them had gone through their eyes, nor did he know what kind of information they had exchanged. In any case, these gazes felt weird to Lin Che. Chapter 1270. After that, KG said, I was still coding and didn't go out to welcome you. Forgive me. Gu Jingze looked at his computer. The game was still playing on the screen. He said, Yeah, the game is pretty good. KG said, Thank you. It's all thanks to Lin Che. Gu Jingze said, Not really. She actually doesn't know anything. She always praises me at home. It's all you guys who helped her a lot. How can that be? Lin Che is very smart. It's just that she doesn't have the energy to do research. Lin Che said, Yes. I'm very smart now. Look, I'm always using my main account in the game. It's really awkward and my rank is really high. Gu Jingze looked at her. Are you sure that they didn't give you a lot of internal resources that allowed you to rise so easily? Ahem, Crooked Neck sighed. He was right. Every time Lin Che lost in the game, she would say on WeChat, Crooked Neck, I dropped a rank. Hurry up and rise up. I won't do it. The opponent killed me so easily just now. It must be a bug. Then, Crooked Neck could only help her secretly do some data in the game, and she slowly rose up. It could only be said that Gu Jingze understood Lin Che too well. Crooked Neck said, "Not really. Sister Che is pretty good. She even won a few team battles when we were together." But the classmate at the side didn't give her any face and said, "That's because KG is so good. He led 4 people and beat the opponent until they couldn't even tell north from north." Crooked Neck said, "That's also because of Sister Che's cooperation. Sister Che is actually more suitable as a support. With Sister Che and KG's tacit cooperation, they won so easily." Speaking of this, the classmate agreed. "Yeah, Sister Che and KG's cooperation is really good. The main thing is that KG's awareness is on point." As soon as Sister Che went over, he knew what she meant and was able to cooperate immediately. "That's true. KG is so smart. His hand speed is fast and his judgment is accurate. He would definitely be able to win in an international tournament, let alone a team battle in the game." Gu Jingze said at the side, "Oh, you guys often play with Lin Che." That's right, that's right. Sister Che is super good at scamming people." Crooked Neck became excited as he spoke. The moment he started to criticize Lin Che, he couldn't control himself. However, he didn't notice that Gu Jingze, who was at the side, had already activated his vinegar jar mode and was staring at Crooked Neck. Although there was nothing wrong with his expression, his gaze was already filled with jealousy. Seeing that things weren't looking good, Lin Che forcefully winked and signaled to Crooked Neck to stop talking. But how could Crooked Neck see it? In the beginning, it was even worse. She was always asking King to save her. Whenever she was free, I would hear her shouting from the other end of the mic, saying, "King, come and save me, Almighty, come and save me, Almighty, I'm being surrounded." Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing that Gu Jingze's eyes were getting darker and darker, Lin Che began to pray in his heart. Don't blow up, don't flare up here." Fortunately, Gu Jingze didn't seem to have any intention of saying that. He just looked at KG and said, "Is that so? Actually, I've done some research on games." KG said, "Oh. Mr. Gu also plays this game." Gu Jingze said, "Since it's Lin Che's game, I'll definitely support you." "Is that so? How's Mr. Gu playing?" KG asked. Gu Jingze said, "I'm not sure either. I haven't played in a while. There's a computer here, why don't I ask you for some advice?" Was Lin Che the only one who could sense the undisguised murderous intent in Gu Jingze's eyes? She felt that he didn't want to play games, but that he wanted to go in and pretend to kill someone. However, no one could hear the cries in her heart. Crooked Neck was still saying excitedly, "Of course, our company doesn't have many things, but we do have a lot of computers. Mr. Gu, if you want to come and play, that's great. You can see our KG skills. Oh, it's so awesome." Gu Jingze's lips curled up a little. "Sure." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Gu Jingze, you play this game. You don't have an account, right? Why don't you use my account?" Lin Che leaned over to fawn over him. She only hoped that he wouldn't be angry and wouldn't vent his anger on her later. Gu Jingze obviously knew what she was thinking. He glanced at her and said, "It's okay, I have an account. Just sit here quietly. We'll talk about our problems when we get home." It was over. She would definitely be scolded when she got home. She turned around and glared at Crooked Neck. Why did he always cause trouble for her? Crooked Neck didn't know that Gu Jingze was famous for being a vinegar jar, so he didn't know what he had said wrong. He was still a little dumbfounded after being glared at. Come, Mr. Gu, sit here. I'll let you use my computer." It's newly installed and will definitely be easy to use in games. Their computers were all assembled by themselves and had extremely powerful functions. Lin Che had tried it and it was indeed much better than the branded computers that they sold. He didn't know what kind of brains they had to be so good at using computers. Gu Jingze thanked him lightly and sat down opposite KG. This way, he couldn't see the other party's computer screen and could only see his face. KG took a look at Gu Jingze and turned on the game on the computer with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze also turned on his computer. Lin Che hurriedly moved behind Gu Jingze and looked at him in a flattering manner. Gu Jingze couldn't be bothered with her. He turned on the computer and entered the password. Lin Che was stunned. Sigh, this wasn't the account that Lin Che had given him in the past. When did he activate it? When did he go in and play? While Lin Che was in a daze, she saw that Gu Jingze's game was already online. She looked at the rank. Fuck, when did he rise to the first rank? Ascension. This was definitely the highest rank in the game. There weren't many people above it. Then she looked at Gu Jingze's name. It was really boring. It was just a symbol. Lin Che usually didn't pay attention to the ranking. But she saw that Gu Jingze's name was actually on the regional ranking. It was a comprehensive ranking. Wealth, martial arts, and PK were all included. Gu Jingze was already in the top 10. Because the top few were especially outstanding, they were mentioned in the regional ranking. Therefore, the axe behind them wasn't that famous. But Lin Che had never known that this low-profile X was Gu Jingze. But now that he was on this account, she felt that this was in line with Gu Jingze's style. Be it from the name or the low profile he had in the past. He didn't join any gangs or organizations. He just wandered around on his own. He was indeed Gu Jingze. On the other side, Crooked Neck was also stunned. He looked at Gu Jingze and thought, this high-level player that I've always wanted to contact but couldn't, turns out to be Gu Jingze. Chapter 1271. Because they would usually contact some strong players, organize events, do interviews, and make these players look like celebrities. Other people liked to watch these people because of the celebrity effect. They also wanted to find time to organize competitions, so they were very interested in these teams. Among them, X, who was a loner, was one of them. However, he left too little information. The registered information was someone else's, and his phone could never be reached, so they couldn't contact him. They didn't expect that a big shot like Gu Jingze was also secretly playing their game. This kind of feeling really made people feel a sense of honor. She tilted her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Oh, you're an old player. Gu Jingze said, I don't have much time to play, so I'm a little rusty. He didn't have much time to play, but he was still so good at it, Lin Che thought, could he not act cool out of habit? Although he was. Of course she knew that he didn't have much time to play. There were too many things to do every day, so he must be very busy. But to be able to play so well in such a small amount of time, he must be very good. Therefore, Gu Jingze's pretentiousness was convincing. If a person was fooled by others after acting pretentiously, it could be said that he had slapped himself in the face. This kind of person was always annoying. However, when Gu Jingze really acted pretentiously, it was impossible for others to hate him. Because when he acted pretentiously, he would always be able to act well. In the end, he would always be able to do what he said, so people would always admire him. Lin Che saw that KG had arrived at the location of the competition. Gu Jingze also found his address and flew there directly. Others could also watch the competition. The two of them flew to the edge of the cliff. Behind them was the golden sunset. Gu Jingze was dressed in black. Because he was an assassin, he looked very nimble. And KG was a typical warrior. He was dressed in a long white robe that fluttered behind him. He looked very upright. The two of them stood there, the top accounts with the special PK win rate symbol. In an instant, they attracted the attention of the people who were playing PK. Everyone immediately realized who this person was. Look, it's KG. That main account over there seems to be on the leaderboards, but I've never seen him come out. That's right. Isn't King the one who takes Gu Jingyu out to play whenever he's free? He's so awesome. X's win rate is so high, 99%, and he didn't join any clan. Winning percentage doesn't mean much. Maybe the number of matches he's played is less. How is that possible? Look at him, he has already won more than 1,000 matches. Fuck, so awesome. Everyone spoke one after another, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense all of a sudden. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched, and no one could tell who would win. KG made the first move. Gu Jingze, who was still waving his arms, turned around and disappeared. The assassin's skills were more wretched. They were usually sudden assault and flash, which allowed them to suddenly appear in front of their target. These kinds of skills were common. KG, on the other hand, had already predicted X's position and turned around to defend. X did not linger and left after a short fight. Wow, he's so fast. King's prediction is so good. In the past, when they fought together, it was as if he knew exactly what the other was going to do. It wasn't easy to fight. And assassins have always been a bit fragile. But look, X's technique is really fast. Even though he didn't predict it, he can still take a bit of KG's HP, but KG has a healing skill. The two of them started probing each other, but slowly, the fight became more and more intense. KG found X's fighting style, but just as he was about to come over, X had already changed to another style. The two of them fought more and more intensely, and in an instant, more and more people gathered around them. Someone even sent a message on the World Channel. Quick, come and see, the two gods are fighting. Yeah, it's the Horizon Arena. Quick, come and see, the two gods are fighting. That's a rare technique. Come and see how the gods take someone away. Look at the gods' movements, it's really blinding. On the other side, the two of them were already entangled. There were more and more people watching, but they couldn't disturb the movements of the two of them at all. What they couldn't see was that on this side, the two of them had serious expressions. They were facing each other, but they didn't have time to look at each other. They only looked at the controls in their hands, typing furiously on the mouse and keyboard. On the other side, Crooked Neck was already dumbfounded. Watching from here, he felt that it was even more amazing. He understood KG. He knew that KG's prediction was really good, and his hand speed was also very fast. But Gu Jingze was able to crack it every time, and he could even catch him off guard, making it difficult for KG. After all, KG made this game, and he was also a hacker for many years. His hand speed wasn't something that others could compare to. But Gu Jingze was just a businessman. Crooked Neck was dazzled by the scene, and he couldn't help but admire him. No wonder Gu Jingze was so strong. With such a strong mentality, this method of guessing other people's thoughts, every time he probed, he did it with a purpose. It wasn't a waste of energy. However, at this moment, someone suddenly ran in from outside. Director K, look, there's a bug here. I just said that someone couldn't get into the phone app. Look, KG turned around. Can't get in. This was a big bug. With a problem suddenly appearing, KG was also distracted for a moment. Hence, on the other side, When Gu Jingze went up to him with a cold knife and took a large chunk of his HP, he didn't even realize it. By the time he came back to his senses, it was already too late. Gu Jingze went up and took the hit. He didn't need to dodge anymore, and his HP wasn't enough. In the end, it was naturally Gu Jingze who swept him to the ground. Crooked Neck was stunned for a long time. He looked at KG lying on the ground and stared at him for a long time. KG also looked at him. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Okay, I lost." Gu Jingze had already stood up. "No, you were distracted," KG said. "A loss is a loss, there's no reason for it." KG was also a free and easy person. He stood up and said that before turning off the computer. When Crooked Neck saw that KG didn't have any reaction and didn't seem to be angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's just a spar, just a spar. But Mr. Gu, you're really amazing. I really admire you. In all these years, besides Big Boss, I haven't admired anyone else. Right now, I really, really admire you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.